business analytics with is designed to help. It is about building a strong analytics mindset and types of analytics used in real business scenarios. Next, we'll learn about cleaning, sorting, filter, and organize data in Excel so that messy information becomes structured and ready for analysis. Next, we'll work with important Excel formulas and functions that will help us extract insights, handle text data, and perform calculations efficiently. After that, we'll explore conditional formatting, lookup functions, data analysis techniques that makes it easier to identify patterns and trends. Finally, we'll look at how Excel can be used as a powerful analytics tool for reporting, decision making, and solving practical business problems. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll be learning how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA, where you'll be engaging with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main goal of business analytics? Your options are gaming, better decision making, video editing, or coding apps. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
So welcome you all to this course on AI-powered business analytics with Excel. Now, what is analytics? Let us just get started with this. So analytics is analyzing the data. So guys, there is a small situation, okay, scenario. Just imagine you have noted down all your daily habits in a journal. See, do you have the, by the way, do you have the habit of journaling your daily activities? So if you have had the habit of journaling your activities daily in a diary or in some Excel sheet or in some app, then over a period of say 6 months or 1 year, you will be having a lot of data, right? Now, when you analyze the data, like when you are happy or when you are not in a happy mood, or when you are waking up, or when you are on time to your office, or when you are sleeping better. So if you want to analyze those kind of things over a period of time, so it's easier to analyze. Having captured the data, you can just use some techniques in the Excel, and you can analyze the data, okay, so that you can find out the insights, the underlying insights, like when you are happy or when you are sleeping. When you are sleeping, like when you feel that when you are waking up in the morning, when you felt fresh, like you have had enough sleep, okay. So those kind of things you can monitor, like based on your number of hours of sleep or the time at which you are starting the sleep, okay. So those kind of insights you can generate. Are you getting? Okay, so this is just an example for analytics, okay. Now, okay, so by the end of this lesson, you will be learning about different types of business analytics with real world examples to understand their application in different business contexts, and also the applications of business analytics to highlight relevance in making the business decisions, okay. And also we'll be you will learning the capabilities and features of Excel as a business analytics tool, okay. So these are the learning objectives of this particular module. Now, so as you have already mentioned, the analytics, so it is analyzing the data to get insights to make business decisions, okay. So as a formal definition, so it is the process of analyzing raw data, okay. So this is raw data. Raw data means which is not clean, or which is just collected from a source. So you have different data sources, right? So in today's data driven world, analytics plays a key role in different domains like sports, finance, business, government, and uh, administration, in retail sector, whatnot, in manufacturing, in all the different sectors, okay. So in the sports, so what do you think the analytics will be helping the sports people, sports person? And in the finance, again it will be used. In the finance, we have a lot of applications of analytics, like fraud detection, or eligibility for loans. When somebody applies for a loan, whether this person can be given a loan or not. And also like creating specific group based advertising campaigns, okay, like high net worth individuals. Now in the business, it is used for a lot of purposes. So as you know, it is used for monitoring of the KPIs, or operations optimization, or inventory management, and or supply chain management, or analytics. So there are a lot of applications in the business world. Okay, yeah, market analysis, sales analysis. And in the government sector, we have a lot of applications of analytics. So the prime thing in government sector is in a public policy formulation, like especially with related to collecting of census data, okay, population related data, and analyzing it like age group wise, gender wise, region wise, or state wise, and formulating the policies for different groups of people. Like suppose in a place you have a lot of children, say 3 years to say 5 years. So you will have to have some creature kind of thing for the children, okay, or schools, or hospitals, or playgrounds. So these kind of things can be, policies can be made on these kind of facilities or infrastructure creation by the governments based on this kind of analysis, okay. And also during COVID-19 time, you might have observed in the 2000 say 2021, in those 2 years. So we used to get a lot of analysis, right? Like how many COVID positive cases, and how many are tested, how many got affected positively. Now, why do we study analytics? So it so analytics, it is often related to the study of historical data, that is past data, okay, previous data, previous collected data, okay. So on that we'll be studying to find out the potential trends and patterns inside them. And here, as businesses, we'll be studying on two important things. Okay, one is to understand the effects of certain decisions taken. Like say, just imagine a company's sales are going down. Say last year, company has observed that sales is going down. Okay, so based on this insight reported, the management has taken certain decisions. Okay, to create a new models, and also to give more discounts to the customers. Okay, those kind of many other decisions they have taken. Now this year they want to see the effect of those decisions. Okay, whether they are helping business to grow or not, or improve the sales or not. Okay, so these kind of things can be done in the analytics. and, and also it is used to evaluate the performance of the businesses, like the goals and targets of the companies, how far they have achieved. Okay, each company, each business has their own goals, right? Targets, business goals for the entire financial year. Okay, so quarterly also they will be having the targets. Okay, so in such situation, they can analyze their actual performance with their targets, and they can know where they are exactly with respect to the targets. And based on that gap, if there is any, they can speed up their performance. They can engage more resources, and they can speed up the performance. So let us try to understand what is business analytics. Okay, so business analytics, it is the process of collecting the data, cleaning the data, analyzing it, and interpreting the data to identify trends, patterns, and insights to make data driven business decisions. Okay, to make business decisions, guys. So this business analytics is useful to make business decisions. So that is very important. Okay, data driven business decision. So you will be collecting the data related to the problem that is at hand, and cleaning the data, and analyzing it, and interpreting the trends. Okay, interpreting trends, patterns, and insight. So this will help the businesses to take the decisions. Okay, so like say a company sales is going down. Okay. Now this task has been assigned to you to analyze the data, sales data, why the company sales are going down, and to provide recommendations. Okay. So you have analyzed the data, you have found out that some products are not doing well in certain regions. Okay. And because of a competitor effects and also market situation. So you have come up with some recommendations. Okay. Saying that you will have to increase the features or reduce the pricing, or you will have to deliver it faster than the competitors. Okay, those kind of recommendations you have provided. So these decisions, I mean, once you have provided the recommendations based on your analysis, so the business, the person who is in charge, like it could be president or CEO or the general manager, whoever it is, so they will take the decision to implement those recommendations. Okay. So these kind of decisions are called data-driven decisions. Is it clear, everyone? So business analytics is more related to the decision making. Based on your analysis, you are going to take decisions. Those decisions are going to be implemented in the business for the benefit of the business. Okay. Now let's get into the another business analytics scenario. Okay. So just imagine a store manager of a clothing retail chain is facing challenges with inconsistent sales performance across different locations. So imagine that the person has this clothing retail chain has their stores in different cities. Okay, say one in New York, one in London, one in Delhi, another in Mumbai. Okay, like this. So here the problem is some stores frequently overstock certain items while others quickly run out of best sellers. Okay. So to solve this problem, company launches a business analytics initiative to study the sales data, inventory movement, and seasonal trends and regional buying behavior. Okay. So data such as store ID, product category, sales volume, inventory turnover, and local events are collected and analyzed to generate meaningful insights. So in this situation, in this particular example, so you will have to analyze like what are the stores where you are seeing overstock. That is, stock is not at all moving, and for what products, what items it is not moving, and for how long it is not moving. Okay, so that is about the overstock. And for the other stores where it is running out of the stock for the bestseller products, so you will have to find out where, in which stores it is running out of the stocks, how frequently it is running out of the stocks. Are there any events around which it is running out of the stock, like New Year or Christmas or Diwali? So around this festival seasons or any such seasons, are they running out of the stock? Okay, so those things you will have to analyze and find out. And inventory, are you maintaining sufficient inventory or not? Okay. And is there any seasonal trend or not around these festival seasons? Is the stock out is happening more frequently? So these kind of things have to be discovered using business analytics. Okay, and then we'll have to balance this based on the insights that we found out. Okay, so the steps include: first, we need to detect the issues. That is, wherever this overstock or running out of stock is happening, and then we have to analyze the demand trends. Okay, we have to track regional buying trends like on festival seasons or season any other seasonal events, so where demand is more, and then we have to optimize the stock distribution. So we have to balance the things based on insights. Now guys, so let us try to understand different types of business analytics. So here we have these four different types of distinct types of business analytics are there. Okay, so the first one is descriptive analytics, and the second one is diagnostic analytics. Third one is predictive analytics. Fourth one is prescriptive analytics. Okay. So what is descriptive analytics? So in the descriptive analytics, we'll be discovering what has happened previously. Okay. See, let us discuss it in more detail. Suppose you have sales data, a company's sales data. You can find out how much sales you have made, in what regions, how much sales you have made, what products have contributed to your sales. Okay, so those kind of things can be discovered are found out using the descriptive analytics. Okay. So it is purely based on the historical data or past data. Now, so in the diagnostic uh, uh, analytics, okay, in the diagnostic analytics, we will be determining why something has happened. Okay, so we'll discuss them in detail now after the break. Okay, and in the predictive analytics, we'll be doing the forecast. Okay, so what will happen next? So during the COVID-19, you might have observed, or you might be remembering now. We have got say 2 lakh cases. Okay, today. So you will be having predictions for tomorrow or next month, like 3 lakh cases or 4 lakh cases, right? Okay. So what are these things? These are the predictions based on the past data. So what could happen next? Okay. So that is about the predictive analytics. And the prescriptive analytics, it talks about what should happen. Okay. So it mostly talks about the optimization. Okay. So optimal resource utilization and many more things. Okay. So these are basically 4 different types of business analytics. Is this clear, everyone? Okay, now let us see in the descriptive analytics. Okay, so in the descriptive analytics, so it is the process of analyzing historical data, that is past data. Okay, to uncover trends and patterns inside the data, which will help the organizations to understand what has happened in the past. Okay, so it is the most basic form of the data analytics. Okay, so suppose you have sales data, company sales data. Now your management wants to find out how much sales did we make. Okay, last year how much sales did we make. So what we will be doing? What we will be doing? We will be analyzing the total sales, right? Okay, so let me just show you here with one Excel file. Just a moment. It is sales related data. Okay, so you can just have a glance at it. So we have the row ID, order date, ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment, country, city, postal code, region, category, subcategory, product name, sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Okay. Now this is the sales data. So what we have is we have a total of 9,994 records. Okay. Now we want to find out what is the total sales amount here. Is that clear? Is the business question understood? What is the total sales? So now we are discussing about the descriptive analytics. That means what has happened in the past. So this we have collected the past data, that is historical data. Now we want to find out what is the total sales. So column R, just to select the column R here. Okay. So total sales you can find here. Are you able to see the total sales here? 22,97,200. That is about 2.2 million. Okay, approximately 2.3 million. Okay, so this is one descriptive insight that we can get from the using descriptive analytics. Okay, this is an example for descriptive analytics. Now we want to just say we want to find out the total profit. Okay, so just select the column U here. Okay, are you able to see the total profit here? 2,86,397. Okay, so this is another descriptive analytics. Okay, on a different metric. Earlier we have seen it on sales. Now we are seeing it on the profit. Is it understood, everyone? This is a simple analytics. Okay, so now we want to see, like suppose there is a case, like which region is making less sales. Okay, so if you want to find out, like say one particular region, east region is doing less sales. Suppose it was reported that east region is doing less sales. Okay, Now you want to find out why it is doing less sales. When we try to find out why, so what is this kind of analytics called? Diagnostic. Okay. See, we all go to doctors, right? So what the doctor will do when we go to the hospital? So they will, a doctor will try to speak to us. They will try to, understand the situation, like, based on the symptoms that we tell, that we are getting fever or a headache or some pain or some other thing. Okay. Based on those symptoms, doctor will try to diagnose us, right? They will try to find out what could be the health problem that this person is having. Okay. And if it is not confirmed through the tests that the doctor is doing using his equipment, he will send it to advanced testing. Okay, like MRI scan or CT scan or many other things. Okay, blood test, many other things. Okay, so using those test results, doctor will diagnose us, right? They will try to find out what has happened really. Okay, why the person is getting these symptoms. Are you all getting? Why the person is getting say fever continuously, say for 10 days or 15 days. Okay, though many kind of things. Okay, so here doctor is diagnosing the patient. Okay, similarly here also, when we diagnose the data, it is called diagnostic analytics. Like where exactly it is happening, why, because of what reason it is happening. Okay, are you all getting? So here profit is this much. Okay. Now if you want to see in which region is profit more and or less, why it is less. Okay. Say we'll select this one. Okay. And let us just create a pivot table, random pivot table. Okay. We'll be doing this later on as well. Okay. So here we'll just select the region and say profit. Okay. Now, are you able to see here which region is having the less profit? East region is having the lowest profit, right? 19,522. Okay. So if you want to drill down more, why it is less in the eastern region? So basically, this diagnostic tool is diagnostic analytics is nothing but, so you will be using drill downs. You will be using a lot of other analytical tools to find where exactly the problem is. Okay. So you can use say some kind of say category. So you can use category here to find out which region is having less profit. You can see here in the eastern region, furniture is having the lowest profit, only 3,000. You can see here. Okay. So that means furniture is contributing to the lowest profit in the eastern region. So this is one of the contributing factors. Are you all getting? Okay. So these kind of insights we can get using the diagnostic analytics. Okay, let me just show you. Just a moment. Let us just remove the category. Okay. So central region is having the lowest profit, that is 39,706. Okay. So here that is central region. Okay. Sorry, category. So when we bring the category, you can clearly observe here. Okay. Central region furniture. Okay. Furniture category is in the negative. That is, it is causing the loss. Okay. So this is one of the contributing factor for the central region profit to be low. Okay. Now inside the profit, inside the furniture, now you can find out what exactly is this subcategory. Okay. You can just find out more details. Okay. So inside you can see here. So bookcases are negative, furnishings are in the negative, tables are in the negative. Okay. Because of these things, we are having total negative. Okay. So this kind of drilling down is called diagnostic analytics. Is it understood? Anyone? All of you? See, sales and profit need not go in tandem. Okay. Some products might be more profitable, some products might be less profitable, okay, but sales could be different, okay. Now predictive analytics. So predictive analytics is nothing but it uses the historical data and it will predict for the future using some model, some technique, okay. See, let me give you a few examples. Now, eh, take the case of a company, okay? Say Amazon. So, okay, we need not use any specific company name. So, take a business, okay? Suppose you have this the next year. Are you getting the business requirement? Okay. So, this is done by a prediction. Okay, based on the historical data, based on this past data, we are going to predict the new data, okay, for 2026. Okay, so this is done using various statistical models like prediction algorithms, or there are a lot of algorithms like exponential smoothing technique and many other techniques would be there to predict. They assume certain they make certain assumptions, and they will be predicting for the future values. Okay, so we have a lot of statistical algorithms, machine learning algorithms to predict for the future values. So how prediction is done is, see, let me just show you. Okay, suppose you have now say we have the sales data. Okay, sales data related to 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25. Just imagine. Okay, so this is your graph. Okay, you have x-axis here and y-axis here. Okay, now in the x-axis you have the year 2021 here, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, now here you want to predict for 26. Now on the y-axis you have the price. Okay, that is sales. Suppose you have the sales here. Okay, say for 2021 you have some sales like this, 2022, 23, 24, say 25. Okay, now so where do you think 2026 will be there? So in order to find out what will be the for what will be the sales for 2026, what we have to do is we have to draw a line which is touching all these data points or very close to these data points. Okay, say some line like this. Okay, so this line is called regression line. Okay, this line is called regression line, or uh, yeah, line of best fit. Okay, line of best fit, which will fit all the data points, most of the data points, if not all. Okay, yeah, it could be up or down. Satyaraj, just it is hypothetical. Okay, just I am trying to explain. Okay, now, so we have come up to here. Okay, now if we continue this straight line, okay, if we continue this straight line using say dotted lines, okay, this straight line, and now you draw the vertical dotted lines. Okay, so wherever it is touching, okay, this is your predicted sales for 2026. Are you getting? You extend the vertical line of 2026 here, and you extend the line of this best fit. So wherever these two touch, this point is the predicted sales value for 2026. No, we will not be using more, those things, Gaurav. We'll see some forecasting techniques. We will see here in Excel if time permits. Okay, based on the curriculum. So this is called prediction. Hope it is understood. See, we have a lot of applications of prediction, guys. Okay. See, you might have used this weather forecast. I think all of us have used weather forecast, right? Whether it is going to rain tomorrow, or whether it is going to be sunny, or what would be the temperature tomorrow. Okay. So weather forecast, I think most of us have used, right? And then we might have used in the sports, especially in cricket. Those of you in India, you might be knowing and many other countries as well. Like cricket is now a popular sport as well, other than in the subcontinent, Indian subcontinent. So say we have a 50-over match. Okay, just imagine we have 1 day match. Okay, so in a 1 day match, 50 overs. Say the match has happened up to say 25 hours. Okay, now there will be a score predictor. You know that. So up to 50 overs, what could be the likely score? Okay, so what is it doing? Based on the past data, based on the net run rate that is available here, and the remaining overs, how many overs are remaining. So based on that, it will do a calculation, hypothetical calculation. Say the run rate here is say 6. Okay, so for 50 overs, it will be 300 runs. Okay, so like this, it will predict. So this is called score predictor. So it is forecasting for the future. Are you all getting? Similarly, we have these forecast applications in many applications, like COVID-19. You might have extensively seen those things like a prediction of positive cases, deaths, and also many other things. And yes, correct. That is also there, Nilesh. So if the chasing team, if they have certain run rate, how much they can achieve, or whether they can win or not. Okay, in how many overs they can win the match if they continue the same run rate. Okay, those kind of things. And also these those I think most of you are in finance, right? Most of many of the participants here are in finance. So in finance, you have a lot of these predictions, forecast, fuel average prediction. So there are so many things, sales prediction. There are so many predictions, guys. These are all based on the historical data, and they use some specific statistical models or algorithms, and they make some assumptions. So based on those things, predictions will be made for the future. Okay. Hope it is understood, everyone. Now let us try to understand, why do we make predictive analytics? Why do we make predictive analytics? To prepare the resources in advance, and to meet the demand of customers in advance. Okay, I mean, to meet the demand, we are forecasting and seeing what is what. Okay, how much is the demand for us, to understand the trends. So those of you in banking and finance sector, you can find out that while we are taking loans, while the businesses are taking loans, they also wants to see the loan giving agencies, basically the lending agencies, bankers and financials. They want to see what is the future business of the company. Okay, they want to see whether the business is sustainable or not in the long run. Okay, they want to see the predictions for the future, next to 2 years, 5 years, something like that. Okay, so based on that, they will gain some confidence, and they can grant the loans or any such thing. Okay, so there are so many yeah, credit ratings also, risk related things also, future loan forecasting also, how much loans might be required for different segments. Okay, those kind of things. Company quarterly results also can be forecast. So now we will discuss about the prescriptive analytics, guys. Okay, so prescriptive analytics. So as we have seen, where we have started at descriptive analytics. So it talks about what has happened previously, and then we have discussed about diagnostic analytics, that is to find out why something has happened, and then we have discussed about predictive analytics, which says what would happen in the future based on the past data or historical data. Now prescriptive analytics is the one which improves the decision making by identifying the optimal choice among the various alternatives that are available to us. Okay, so here the classic examples are like recommendations, guys. Okay, so now if you watch say Netflix movies, okay, so based on your previous viewing of different films, or yeah, different kinds of films like action films, or say comedy films, or many other things, or love story related things. So based on your watching history, the Netflix or any such kind of platform will recommend some movies to you. Okay, so what is it doing? Based on your past history, so it is recommending based on your taste, based on your previous decisions. So it is providing optimal choice to you. Okay. Similarly, in the e-commerce sector also, you will get product recommendations based on liking also. So yes, in the social media platform like in YouTube or Insta, based on liking or based on comments that we provide, even in LinkedIn also. So those kind of things will be recommended to you, shown to you. Okay. So in the background, these recommendations engines will be running. So it will be collecting all the statistics based on your viewing of a particular post or particular ad, or you are liking or not liking. Okay. So based on those things, it will collect, analyze, and it will personalize it. Okay. It will personalize it to you. Okay. To the individual, and it will show you the results. Product suggestion, that is in the e-commerce, especially Amazon or Flipkart or many other online portals. Okay. So for the businesses, this prescriptive analytics are useful to make optimal business decision, like optimization, resources in the form of people, and also resources in the form of money and machinery. Okay. So those kind of things will be possible. So now hope you have understood all the four types of analytics. Okay. Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. So shall we go ahead, guys? Let us discuss about the applications of business analytics, guys. Okay. Now we have discussed the types of business analytics. Now let us discuss about the applications of business analytics. Okay. Now, so we have vast areas of application of business analytics. So, do you think there is any restriction on the use of business analytics in a particular sector, or it can be applied in all sectors? It can be used in all sectors. So now, this business analytics, we can use it in all sectors. Okay. So it's in financial analytics, we can collect the data related to the customers and see. Suppose you are in say a telecom sector. Okay, just imagine. Say you are in now. Most of you are in finance sector. Now you can use this business analytics in different forms. Okay, like you can use this descriptive analytics to find out what has happened in your company, like with respect to the sales, and you can drill down and dig deep into why the sales are low in particular region or for a particular product or a particular model of the car. Any such things you can find out. Okay. And you can also use this predictive analytics to forecast the future sales or forecast the future earnings or revenues, or even this clients, any such thing. Okay. You can also forecast say population or GDP of a country. Okay. So all those things come under financial analytics. Okay. And in the performance analytics, so let us yeah, see in the financial analytics, so we can see this. So it helps finance executives excuse me, to explore different ways to answer specific finance related questions and forecast future financial situations. Okay. Like what could be the sales, what could be the in the banks, especially in the financial sector. If you closely observe the uh, balance sheets, are the annual statements. Okay, annual financial statements of the companies. So they'll be doing some kind of provision. Okay, provision for some bad loans or any such kind of things. Okay. Did you ever observe those kind of things? So these provisions, how do they come? How do they arrive at these provisions? They will be doing the forecast based on the previous data that is available. They will be forecasting for the next year. Okay. Then they will be providing that much amount, say 10 crores. Okay. 10 crore rupees as write off or something like you know like loans which cannot be recovered. Okay, those kind of things, right? And also you can use this kind of financial analytics to maximize the investment value. So this investment value, especially with the angel investors and various investors who will be investing mostly in the startups, right? Okay. So nowadays this trend is very high in Indian market as well. Okay. So these investors, they will be looking at the startups, and then they will be, based on their confidence and based on their financial soundness, they will be investing in the particular startup to maximize their investment value. Okay. So if they invest in some particular company, how much growth they will show us, how much growth they will get in, say, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years. So they will try to maximize their investment value. Analytic. So investors will look for such kind of opportunities. Suppose you have, say, two companies, okay, two startups, say startup one and startup two. See, one is in retail sector and say one is in IT sector. Okay. Now there is an investor. Okay. Now investor, he will try to find out if he invests, say, 100, say $10 million, say in this one and this one. So how much maximum value, investment value, ROI he will get, he or she will get. Okay, in the retail sector and in the IT sector. AI is trending, right? So as an investor, if you invest in AI technologies, okay, so you will be able to get maximum investment value. Okay, so investors will always be looking at this aspect, how to maximize their investment value. Okay. Now we can also use it, financial analytics, we can use it to gain multiple views. Like if you have the sales data, you can view it region wise sales or category wise sales or segment wise sales or a combination of these things. Okay, so that you can take better decisions. So if you remember earlier what we have done drill down, so diagnostic analysis. So where we have seen that a central region and a furniture category is doing the lowest sales profit. Okay, so those kind of multiple views can be seen there. Okay, so this is with respect to the financial analytics, guys. Hope it is clear. Now coming to the performance analytics. So performance analytics, it is used in the businesses for different things. Okay, so for planning the strategies, suppose you have, say, sales. Okay, a company products are being sold. Okay, now so here in the performance analytics, so for planning of the strategies, like where to invest, like here, suppose if you have say a car manufacturing company. Okay, now you want to say what is trending in the cars nowadays. What is trending is EV, electric vehicles. Very good, Gaurav. So electric vehicles is trending nowadays. Okay, now so you can use this performance analytics to find out like where to you can create strategies, like which region is having low penetration of electric vehicles, and where there is more concern for the environment. Okay, so based on those things you can plan your strategies to diversify or to go deeper into those markets, to invest more into those markets. Okay, and we have other applications as well. So pinpointing areas of improvement. Okay, suppose you have EV markets. Let us take the same examples, electric vehicles. So now you are in a different cities, say 5 cities. Okay, now few cities are not doing good in terms of sales. Okay, and there are also say vehicles are called back due to some issues. Okay, so then you can analyze this performance analytics because of what parts, what suppliers or the parts of lower quality, the vehicles are called back. Okay, they are not performing better. Okay, so those kind of areas you can pinpoint, and you can identify them for improvement. Okay. Yes, another example, good example is EV charging stations. Okay, now you can analyze where you have the EV charging station. What is the distance between highest distance between two EV charging stations? So you can try to optimize that. You can try to create a new EV charging stations in between those long distance EV charging stations, and you can also use it for creating budgets for the businesses. Okay, like if the suppose if you are doing in a project, suppose you are you are a IT project manager. Just imagine you are IT project manager. Now you are doing analysis of your quarterly resource allocation. Okay, so when you are doing quarterly resource allocation, I mean analysis, quarterly resource analysis, you found that you are not able to do the work towards the third or fourth quarter. Okay, so there is a lot of work pending in the third or fourth quarter. So what can you do about it? Hope it is understood. So like this, you have managing daily operations in the shop floor or any such things, and here meeting service level agreements. So this is especially useful for service companies. Okay, so when they are providing some software or some services, say you have tickets. Okay, so when you want to monitor these tickets, okay, so tickets means these are the issues that basically these are the issues that the customers are reporting. Okay, so each issue is given a ticket. Okay, so these tickets have to be addressed by the companies. Okay, so they will be having some service level agreements. Okay, like within one day, these many tickets of critical nature have to be addressed, or moderate nature have to be addressed in 2 days, or less moderate. I mean, low priority items can be cleared or addressed in 3 days, like this. Okay, if you have these kind of service level agreements, so you will have to see how far you are able to meet those service level agreements. Okay, so to do that kind of monitoring also, we can use performance analytics. So, and also see, in software companies you will be having these target deliverables, right, based on some time and project milestones. There will be deliverables. Okay, so to monitor those kind of deliverables, whether they are being done on time or not, also you can use this performance analytics. Now, customer analytics, it is a huge area, especially. So where do you think this can be used, customer analytics? So customer analytics can be used telecom sectors, retail sector, aviation sector, and social media platforms, right? Retention of the old customers. So churn rate, okay, the way who are going away from the existing service provider to new service provider. So it happens in the telecom sector and internet and broadcasting sectors, and TV channels, those many things, many other things. Even banking also it happens. Okay, so in these sectors, so this kind of analytics, customer analytics, will be done by different parameters, guys. Different parameters, say by age, okay, by gender, by region, by education, okay, and by income levels. Okay, so by these many parameters and many more, these are only few things I can just quote you. So there will be many more dimensions by which this customer segmentation will done. Okay, and then customer retention, new customer acquisitions, loyalty programs to the customers, additional services, bundling of the services, like in the telecom sector, like you can add more value added services like more data or more voice or SMS related things, or additional free OTT platforms, those kind of things can be given to you. Of things for analyzing the customer data and providing campaigns for say reduced interest rates for your credit cards or loans, or giving higher margin for the loans. Those kind of things can be done. Okay. So here critical decision making, this is for customer retention and also loyalty programs. You can use the customer analytics and market segmentation, predictive analytics. So in the predictive analytics, you can use like which customer is likely to churn, and you can apply these analytics to uh, retain the customer, to provide loyalty programs to that. Okay. Yeah, product mix preference. Yeah, customer lifetime value also can be calculated. So enhancing prediction of customer behavior. So if a customer is making the payments on time, so what do you think of that customer? And one customer is not making payments on time, another customer is making on time payments. So definitely the customer who is not paying on time, right? Because he might not be satisfied with the services. So we have discussed about types of analytics, right? So what are the types of analytics? Descriptive, diagnostic, then predictive, then prescriptive. Okay. So we have discussed about these four types of analytics. Now, all these four can be applied on all the four areas like finance, excuse me, then customer analytics, then performance analytics, and then risk analytics. Okay. So it is 4 by 4. So it is 16 possibilities are there. Avinash, are you able to get it? So in the finance sector, you can use, as we have also discussed, right, in detail, Avinash, if you remember. So we can use descriptive analytics, like what has happened, okay, and why something has happened, and what could happen in the future, okay, what is the optimum one. Okay. So these can be used in all these four types of analytics can be used in all these four areas of applications, okay. And these four areas of application, these are only few things that are said here. Okay, it's not restricted only these four types of analytics. You have sports analytics, you have travel analytics, you have no hospital analytics. There are so many things. So that is the main focus. So without taking business decisions, there is no point in doing the analytics, right? Okay. So it is the business analyst who will be doing most of these things. But people will be used in the organizations, people will be used for multiple tasks. Okay. Sometimes the data analysts also will be given these additional responsibilities. At times, data scientists also will be doing. But in my opinion, most of the time, business analysts will be doing this kind of analytics. Risk analytics. So in the risk analytics, so this is mainly used in projects like if a project could run into risks like missing the deadlines, or any you know uh, like supply chain related issues, like supplies not coming in time, okay, or resources not available, okay, those kind of risk analytics can be done here. So this forecasting can be used to predict the uncertainties, okay, some kind of uncertainties, so that project can be evaluated whether it might be successful or not. Okay. And here managing and mitigating the risks across business operations is another important aspect. So once you know the risks, then we have to come up with the mitigation plans, like how to uh, reduce its impact. Okay. Suppose you have a situation where supplies are likely to be affected. Okay. So what will you do? Suppose you have only one supplier supplying a critical component. Okay, and supplier is in a situation where he cannot supply the material due to some external factors like war or earthquake, or cyclone or any such situation, natural calamities or man-made calamities. Okay, it could be due to any such thing. So what will you do to meet your project deadlines? So here, this risk analytics is especially important from in the finance sector and also banking sector, and then in the project management. Okay, so what can go wrong? So like in terms of delivery, in terms of cost, or in terms of timeliness. Okay, those kind of things you need to look for and have plans to mitigate the effects or impacts. Now, so let us just have a look at the Excel file and various menus and ribbons available in the Excel. Okay. So as you all know, Excel is a very powerful spreadsheet software which is developed by Microsoft company in 1985. Okay. To be precise, September 1985. And it is used in almost all industries, guys. It's not restricted to any particular industry. So it can be used across the different sectors like manufacturing, power, oil and gas, aviation, IT, retail, whatnot, hospitality, medical, all the sectors can be used. All the sectors can use or they are using Excel. Okay. So it is used for data analysis, management, and visualization. Okay. So here, let's try to understand its key features. Okay, it is extensively used for business analysis. Okay, so data in Excel is used. If data is available in Excel file, it can be analyzed for finding out the descriptive analytics or diagnostic analytics like KPIs tracking or visualizations. Okay, for so many different purposes, data can be analyzed. Okay, so and the next thing is data storage. Okay, so Excel file as such is used for storing the data, so it can store up to 2 GB data maximum, and it can have 1 million records, 16,348 columns. Okay, so it acts as a data storage system as well, and it can be used for reporting purpose. So this reporting purpose in the form of, say, charts, graphs, and dashboards, summaries, and pivot tables. Okay, so many such things can be used as part of reporting. And educational purposes, so for training purposes, for students to become data analysts or business analyst, this Excel can be used heavily. Okay, is this understood, everyone? So other capabilities include, like, it has got extensive analytical and statistical analysis. Like we can do ANOVA analysis or chi-square test, and also we can do hypothesis testing in the Excel. Okay, and it offers intuitive analytical features to model and analyze the company's data. Like you can create a lot of visualizations, charts. Okay, and it's a tool of choice to start the journey of data analytics. So as we have discussed, you can just use the basic features of pivot tables or visualizations or summaries or group by. There are so many other things which you can use to start the data analytics journey. And it comes with in-memory technology, which is compatible with millions of bytes of data. So here, especially this in-memory technology is nothing but, here we can use power pivot. Okay, so power pivot is used for basically data transformation techniques. Okay, and it has added advantage of flat learning curve. That is, it is easier to learn. So it's not a complex software to learn. Okay, it's easy to learn. Okay, and it performs necessary analysis without dependent on specialized solutions. That is, as it is easier to learn, and most of the times, like drag and drop or using some formulas, so you can easily do the analysis. Okay, and also other advantages of Excel as a business analytical tools is, like, it makes exploring data and deriving results easily. So you can explore the data, that is, you can use like pivot tables or visualizations to see what is there inside the data. You can also clean data, you can transform the data, you can prepare the data to do the analysis. Okay. And we have also have AI capabilities, like you can integrate AI tools like ChatGPT or many other tools. Okay, Copilot can integrate into Excel, and you can uh, derive the insights very quickly. Okay, you can do the data analysis very quickly. Okay, so you can use powerful data analytics with a few clicks. Like we have, you know, these data tables. Under what if analysis, you have a lot of analytical tools, like a scenario manager, data tables. Okay, and it serves as widely accessible BI tool, business intelligence tool, for diverse organizational needs. So you can create a lot of visualizations, dashboards, or reports using Excel. Okay. So it empowers robust data analytics through advanced functions and formulas. So we have a lot of formulas and functions inside uh, Excel. Okay, like we have finance related functions, engineering related functions, mathematical functions, and we have logical functions, text functions, data related functions. So a lot of functions are there. So based on our type of data that we handle, so we can do the analysis accordingly. Okay. So as we have discussed, we can integrate Excel with the ChatGPT and a spreadsheet. So ChatGPT is for a text related, like it is like a Q&A type of thing. Okay, question and answering. So it is basically on the foundation of NLP. Okay, natural language processing. So you ask a question, and it will try to retrieve the answer from the existing data. And this spreadsheet AI is for machine learning purposes. Okay, like predictions and many other things. Okay, so these are the capabilities that we have in Excel. Okay, now let us discuss about data cleaning. Okay, and process preparation. So guys, why do we need to do data cleaning and preparation? See, we have to start with why. Okay, anything we have to start with why. Why do we need to clean the data and prepare it? Now, just to think of this business scenario, okay, like you are analyzing large regional sales report for an upcoming executive meeting. So as you explore the data, you notice customer names spelled differently, okay, dates entered in different formats, and some sales figures are missing, and few entries are repeated multiple times. Okay, so now if you want to make full sense of the data, so what kind of steps or activities do you do? So the kind of issues are highlighted here. Okay, so you notice customer names are misspelled, or no, they are spelled differently, dates entered in different formats, and some sales figures are missing, and a few entries are repeated. Now, so in this module, we will see how to organize the raw data sets. The learning objectives are to organize the raw data sets in a structured manner and apply various data cleaning techniques to correct errors, remove duplicates, and handle missing values, and to use various Excel functions to transform and standardize the data and to prepare the data, and construct dynamic formulas with cell references to automate the calculations and reduce manual errors, and integrate Gen AI like ChatGPT and extract insights from the data sets. Okay. Now, let us discuss about importing and organizing data. So there are different data sources from which we extract the data, right? Now, we will see, just to see, yeah. So data importing. So Excel enables data importing and consolidate data from variety of data sources using data tab and get data option. So here, if you look at one Excel file, so in this, you can see this is the file. Okay. So go to the data here. In the data, are you able to see here? Get data. So in the data ribbon, okay, you will see get data in get and transform data. Okay. So this is the group name, get and transform data. So under it, you have the option to get data. Okay. So here you can see get data. So from file, different files are there. Okay. So data can be stored in different file formats like Excel, text or CSV, XML, JSON, PDF, and from folders as well. Okay. So if the data is available in different Excel files, we can just open this. Okay. So without this, I mean, when we open blank files, okay, you can just open blank workbook also like this. Okay. So you can open blank workbook like this, and then you can go to the data here, and you can click on get data, and from files you can just select from Excel file. Okay. So from Excel workbook, you can go to the folder where your Excel files are there, and then you can import the data sets. Okay. So like this, say demo 2. Okay. So you can select this file and click on import. Okay. So we'll see the data in a while. Okay. So are you able to see this? So you can just select this sheet 1. So this is very similar to what we see in Power BI. Okay. In Power BI also we will be connecting to different data sources in similar manner. So it is very similar. See, if you have opened the data from an Excel file, that's okay. And if you want to extract from some other Excel file, that is the in such scenarios we can extract the data. We can import the data using this get data. Are you all getting? Okay. So here let us just click on get data, and from file from Excel workbook, say let us take demo 1 and import. Okay. So just select the file and click on import. So here what we will do is we can just preview these things. So this is the data. So this screen, this navigator is pretty much similar to what we see in Power BI also. Okay. So you can select this particular thing and you can load it. Okay. So processing queries. So here in the Power Query editor. Okay. So it is taken as a query. Each data set is taken as query. Are you able to see here? So this automatically converts the data into Excel table. So this is called Excel table. Okay. Okay. Now let us see how to import the data from a text file. Okay. So go to the data again, and here from file you can select a text or CSV. Okay. And let me just go to the desktop. So here I have a data set. Okay. Okay. So I am having this data set, small data set. Okay. So I am loading this as well. Okay. So are you able to see? So whenever we extract data from different data sources, so a new sheet is created for those things. Okay. And now we can try to extract from, say, another file, JSON file. Okay. So let me just show you how JSON file looks like. Okay. So some of you may be entirely new to JSON file. Yes. So guys, this is the JSON file. So here JSON file, it is called, key value pair. Okay. It will be having data in the form of key value pair. Okay. So what is key and what is value? See, in Excel file, how do we have the data? In the Excel file, how do we have this data? Any data set. Okay. Let us take this one. Okay. So we are having columns. These are the columns, right? And these are the rows. Okay. So we'll be having the data in the form of columns and rows. So this is called a structured data format. Okay. JSON file is called semi-structured. Okay. And unstructured formats, we have this social media files, like it could be audio file, video file, or text, free text, or photographs, images. Those kind of things are called unstructured. Okay. So basically we have these three types of data sources, three categories. Okay. So it is called key value pair, guys. Okay. So this key serves like a column name. Okay. So here are you able to see age, job, marital status, education, default. These are all called keys. Okay. They are nothing but column names. And these values are nothing but these data points: 58, management, married, territory, tertiary. No, these are called values. Okay. So now what is a record in JSON file? So this record is stored in inside this curly braces. Okay. So from this curly brace to this curly brace, this is one record or one row. Is it understood, everyone? So this is a JSON file. So it is called key value pair. And in the Python language, if you are aware, it is called a dictionary. Okay. So this kind of data arrangement is called a dictionary in Python language. Okay. Okay. So let us just be aware of these things. And now you can see how does the next record look like. Okay. So next record after a comma, next record again starts with the curly braces and ends with the curly braces. Okay. Now let us try to import this data set into Excel here. Okay. So guys, here I am just clicking on get data. Go to from file and select from JSON. Okay. And just yeah. So I am selecting the JSON file and importing it. Okay. So it directly opens in the Power Query editor. So once it opens in the Power Query editor, so you can just click on this. Okay. So each record you can see the records. Are you able to see the records? Okay. So age, these are all the now these are all the keys. Okay. And on the right side you can see the values. Okay. So you can just uncheck this. So you can click on record again. This is the second record. Okay. So this applied steps is the place where it will store all the data transformation steps. Okay. Now what we'll do is, so we can convert this into a table. Okay. To table. Just click on this. So here select the delimiter. So delimiter is yeah, comma. Okay. And let us click OK here. Just a minute. Okay. So what we'll do is let us just go to home here and let us close and load. Okay. On the on the top left side you have the close and load. So just close and load, and here yeah, close and load. Let us just use close and load. Just a minute. Just a minute. So here we'll go to the Power Query editor again. Yeah. Let us try to convert it into the table. Okay. Yeah. Now are you able to see here? It is in the form of table. Okay. Now what we can do is we can just close it and load it. If you want, you can also change the names, column names. So it is taking some time to load the data. Okay. Are you able to see the data in the form of columns and rows? You can also get the data from other things like PDFs or XML files. and data source databases. Okay, if we have any database. Okay. So from SQL Server, if you have SQL Server installed in your laptops or computers, you can just connect to those things and you can extract the data. Okay. So here you will have to provide the SQL Server name, and you have the advanced options like you can write the queries as well. Okay. So this is pretty similar interface that we have in Power BI. Okay. So do you want me to show this SQL Server database? It might take a little while to connect to the database. Okay, just a moment, guys. Let me just show you this, and we'll get into the next topics afterwards. Okay. So I have Microsoft SQL installed in my computer. Now, guys, we will see how to connect to the SQL Server. Okay. So I have just opened my SQL Server. Let me just connect to this. So in fact, guys, this connecting to different data sources. Just a moment. I will have to start this server. So this connecting to different data sources, it is quite time-taking concept. Okay, so we have seen connecting to different data sources. So similar thing you will find in Power BI as well. Okay. So the server is getting started here. SQL server. Okay, it's running. Okay. Now we can just connect to the server. Okay, guys. So this is my SQL server, Microsoft SQL server. So in this, I have few databases. So you can see these are the three databases that I have: data science, portfolio project, tutorial DB. So let me open one database, tutorial DB. So within this, you can see there are different tables. Okay. Ravindranath, see, it is not required at this stage for you people to have the SQL server. So if you want to get into advanced analytics or based on your interest, you can install the SQL server. Okay. Now here you have this. No, you can search in the internet from Microsoft website. You can install this Microsoft SQL Server 2018 version or 19 version or even 2022 version. There are free versions available, so you can install those. Okay, you can just search in the Google. So here we have these tables, guys. Okay, so we have tables like tickets, events, sample superstore, customers, like this, customer employees. Okay, so let us just click on this event, right click, and let us select the top 1,000 rows. Okay, so you will see a query is written for us, and data is extracted from the SQL server, SQL table. Okay. Okay, so it's executing. So are you able to see this? So we have these 6 records, and this is the query, SQL query. Okay. So if you want, let us take another table. So here We'll select top 1000 rows. Okay. Okay. So this is the thing. You can see all the column names. Okay. Different column names from this table. And these are the records. Okay. Is this clear up to here, guys? So we have the database. We have the SQL server. Within the SQL server, so it is like this. Okay. This is the SQL server. It is a physical server. Okay. Within this, you have different databases. Okay. Okay, like these databases, data science, portfolio project, tutorial DB. Okay, and within each database you have different tables. Okay, are you all getting? Okay, different tables. So within each table you have data like this in the form of columns and rows. Is that clear, all of you? Now we are going to access this data. We are going to access this data from the SQL, so from the Excel. Okay, now, so let us go to the Excel here. Okay, let us try to connect to database. Okay, from SQL server database. Okay, now here we will have to specify the SQL server name here. Okay, so my SQL server name is this. Opening backslash SQL Express. So providing this database is optional, and let us just click OK. Okay. Now I'm using this current credentials. Right. Just a moment, guys. Are you able to see this, guys? So this is the server. So it is successfully connected from Excel file to SQL server. Successful connection has been established. Okay. Now you can see the databases, 3 databases. Is this clear up to here, all of you? Okay. Now you can just expand the server. You can just, sorry, database. You can just expand the database. And within this, you will find different tables. Okay. You can just preview this data here. Are you able to see this? Row ID, order ID in the sample superstore data. Okay. And here you can either load or you can transform. Okay. So if you think the data is clean enough and you need not have to do any transformation, you can just click on load. Or if you want to transform the data, if you think that data is having some inconsistencies or some errors, some data quality issues, you can just click on transform data. Okay. So now let us just click on load here. So this entire data will be loaded into this particular Excel sheet, new sheet. Okay. Are you able to see this case? Okay. Now, so guys, let us try to understand role of Excel in data management. Okay, effective data management. So first of all, it is used to analyze the data. So we have a lot of options for data analysis. Okay, like sorting, summarizing, or pivot tables, or and also we have the options like analytics, various analytics in the data set in the Excel file. Okay. Yes. Charts, creating visualizations, different types of visualizations like line charts, bar charts, or pie charts like this, histograms. So we can create a lot of visualizations. And transforming the data sets. So Excel plays an effective role or important role in transforming the data sets. We have just seen the Power Query editor and its features, how to transform the data. And summarizing information in the form of pivot tables or by grouping or by subtotals, those kind of things can be done in Excel. Okay, so in these ways, Excel provides plays key role in effective data management. Okay, now let us look at some of the data cleaning functions. Okay, so data cleaning. So earlier we have discussed various data quality issues, right? So some of the data quality issues are like, missing values. Okay. So many of you are working in the banking and IT sectors. So you might have handled a lot of data sets in your day-to-day working, right? So you can name some of the data quality issues like missing values. Okay. Then you will be having duplicate values. Okay. And then we'll be having format related issues, inconsistent formats, especially for dates and numbers. Okay. Then you will be having errors in the data sets, and sometimes irrelevant data would be there. Okay. So these kind of issues you will be facing day in, day out. Okay. And apart from this, many a times it becomes the case that you may not have the required fields for your analysis. Okay. You will have to derive it from the existing fields, existing data. Suppose you have a date of birth in your field. Okay. Suppose you are handling the HR data of a company, employees related data. So where you have the date of birth of employee. So these are the various data cleaning functions. Okay. Now let us look at them. Okay. Sorting and filtering, grouping and grouping, text to column conversion, subtotals and removing duplicates. Okay. So let us dive into the Excel. So here guys, we have demo on file. So all of you please focus here. Okay. Please do not do it. Okay. Please focus. Okay. So sorting, what is sorting guys? What is sorting? It is arranging the things in either ascending order or descending order, right? Ascending order means from smallest to highest. Okay. So in school days, yeah, in school days, how do we used to stand in the assembly line? The shorter person will stand in the front, and a bit taller person, and again taller person like this, right? People will be standing in the assembly line like this, right? As per height. Okay. So this is ascending order. Okay. Is this clear? Then descending order. Descending order is nothing but it is from highest to lowest. Okay. So when the exam marks are given, so how the people will be ranked in the classic case of any school or college. So when the exam marks are given, how it will be ranked highest to lowest, right? So the person who has got highest marks, he will be put on the list first. Then it will be reducing marks, decreasing. So this is called descending order. Okay. Is this clear, everyone? So in sorting we will be doing like this. Okay. So here under the data ribbon, here you can see all of you. Under the data ribbon, we have the option called sort. Is this clear, everyone? Okay. Now we will see how to apply this sort. So guys, whenever you are you want to sort, okay, sort the data, you can select a single column or you can select entire data set. Okay. So it is recommended to select the entire data set, guys. Okay. So let us say here we have the sales amount. Now we want to sort in the descending order. We want to find out which is the highest sales. Okay. Or who is the person, who is the salesperson who has done highest sales. Okay. So now what do we want to do? How do we go about it? So when we want to find out who is the person who has made highest sales, so we have to sort the data in the which order? Ascending or descending order? Order, right? Very good, Javed. So what we'll do is let us just select this column. Okay. So let us select the sales column. Okay, sales amount column, and let us click on sort. Okay. So it will give you this warning. So do you want to expand the selection? So let us select expand. Okay. So when we expand the selection, all the records will be selected. Okay. So just this radio button needs to be selected and click on sort. Okay. Now here you have the option to add different levels. Okay. So all the columns which are available there will be which are available in the dataset will be available under sort by, and then you can select the order, either ascending order or descending order. Okay. So all of you please focus here. So you can just choose sales amount here, and here we want to arrange it in descending order. Okay, you can select largest to smallest. Okay, so you can click OK here. Now, are you able to see all the records have been rearranged? Okay, so you can see the top sales, highest sales as 1500, which is done by Eve. Okay, next highest is Carol, 1400. Next Alice, 1300, and again Alice 1200, like this. Okay, so this is descending order, guys. So we are selecting, we want to see the business cases, we want to see, say this time we want to see who has done the lowest sales. Okay, so we want to find out that person, salesperson who has done lowest sales, and we want to give him proper training or more training so that he can do better sales. Okay, so we have selected the sales amount column and click on this sort option. Then you expand the selection to the entire table. Now you can see here. So here let us select the sales amount. Okay, column, by which column you want to sort the data. Now we will select smallest to largest. So this is in the ascending order. Okay, so let us click OK. So you can see here Bob has made the lowest sales of 100. Okay, next is Frank, Carol, like this. So this is in the ascending order. We can also apply multiple levels of sorting. So you can just click on this sort again. Okay, so now we have applied the sales amount. So we want to select by category. Okay, so category A to Z. Okay, and sales amount, let us say largest to smallest, and let us click OK. So you can see here. So category first we have done the sales amount, highest to lowest. Okay, and then category. So within electronics, you can see these are the sales. Okay, and then home goods, and then electronics here. Okay, so next is the filter function. Okay, so filter function, what is the purpose of filter function, guys? So suppose you have 1000 records in a data set which belongs to say different countries, say US and say UK and say India. Okay, like this. Now you want to work on only data related to India, just imagine. Okay, now so we can just select the country as India, and you can just work on that particular data set. Okay, so filters, what they will do is they will restrict the data to whatever selection we have made. Okay, they will limit or restrict the data based on our selection. Is that clear, everyone? Okay, now how do we apply the filters? So by default you will be in the home tab. So you will have to come to the data tab here, data ribbon. Okay, so are you able to see the filter here, all of you? Okay, just select any of the field and click on filter. Now you can see filter icon is available or applied to all the fields, all the columns. Okay, are you able to see this? Drop down menus are applied to all the columns. Okay, now you can apply the filters. Okay, so you can just see here, suppose in this region you want to see the data related to only Europe. Okay, you can just unselect all the values here. You can select only Europe. Okay, and you can click OK. Are you able to see here? Only Europe related records are shown here. And within this, if you want to apply another category, another filter, okay, suppose you want to see only data related to electronics. Okay, so then you can select the category, and then you can see, you can select electronics. Okay, so here we have applied multiple filters, more than one filter. First we applied region filter for selecting data related to Europe, and then we have selected electronics category. Okay, so this is how you can apply multiple filters to see the records, to see the data which you are interested in. Is that clear, everyone? Okay, so you have different types of filters, guys, here. So based on the data type, you have different filters, okay, like a text data type or a date data type or a numeric data type, okay, or a true or false like a boolean data type. Based on that, those things you have different filters, okay. So here for the sales amount, so you can see number filters, okay. You can either use this checkbox selections, okay, or you can use number filters, equal to or does not equal to, greater than or greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, or in between these values. Suppose here you want to find out all the sales which are greater than 1000, okay. So you could just select the sales amount, go to the number filter, and here you can just use greater than, okay. So you can provide greater than 1000. You can also provide multiple arguments here, but let us just do with one and click OK. So are you able to see here? We are now seeing the data related to, data which is having more than 1000, sales amount more than 1000. So like this, you can apply numerical filters. Okay, you can clear the filter. Now on the dates also you can apply filters. Okay, so you can just pull down this drop down menu and go to the date filter. You can see there are a lot of things. Okay, equal to, before, after, between, tomorrow, today, last year, this year, next year. There are so many things are there. Okay, you can use any one of these things. So let us just select something like, between two dates. Okay, if you want to see the sales between two given dates, okay, so you can just provide these things. Okay, say we want to see the data related to, say, 1st January. Is there anything? Nothing. Okay, say let us say between 31st January 2023 to say, sorry, it's all in January. Okay, let us say 1st January to say 15th January. Okay, 2023. So let us click OK. Now are you able to see here, guys? We have only two records in between these two given dates. Okay, so this is a date filter. Are you able to understand the filters of different types? And we have already seen text filters. Okay, so text filters also you can see, you can use this equal to, does not equal to, or begins with, ends with, or contains, does not contain, or any other. Okay, other than this checkboxes. Shall we move to the next topic? So this is about the filters, guys. Okay, so let us go to the grouping and ungrouping. Okay, so grouping and ungrouping, see, when we have huge data set. Okay, let me just show you on data set here. When we have huge data sets and we want to group the data based on certain categories. Okay, so we want to hide them. We do not want to show everything to the people, and so in such scenarios we can use group. Okay, grouping of the data. So this data set has 9,994 records. Okay, so what we will do is here, guys, let us just go to the home page here. I'm in home. So here we have something called region. So you can just see here we have 4 different regions: central, east, south, and west. So what we will do is, let us first sort the data based on the regions. Okay, so let us select this region. So before you apply any grouping, guys, you will have to sort the data appropriately. Okay, based on whatever column you are grouping. So based on that, you have to sort the data first. So now, so let us talk about the duplicates. So in this particular record, in particular data set, we have row number 15 and 16 repeating. Okay, that could be one duplicate record. Okay, so when we are looking at data set, say we have this data set. Okay, this data set. Let us just have a glance at this data set. Okay, so these are the values. We have the customer name, email, and then comments. Okay, so when we want to clean from the data analyst point of view, when we want to identify the duplicate records, so how do we go about it? Shall we select only one column, say customer or email ID or comments, or how do we go about it? So how do we judge? Suppose, can we just select this particular column and identify the duplicates and remove it? So here, are you able to see remove duplicates? Let me just highlight it here. Are you able to see? Under the data ribbon, under data tools, so in the middle you have remove duplicates. Okay. So you can just select that and remove the duplicates. Okay. So you can just click on this. So here you have the option to select the columns in which combination of columns you want to define as duplicate records. So you can select say only customer column or only customer name column, or you want to select multiple columns, okay, or all columns. Okay, it's based on your decision, your business requirement. Based on that you can select, but ideal thing is you need to select all the columns. So whenever you want to clean the data sets for duplicate records, you have to select all the columns. Okay, so then you can click on OK here, and here you need to select this my data has headers, because we have the column names here. Okay, so you can just click on OK here. Now are you able to see here? So this data set has got 40 duplicate records, and they were found and removed. Only 10 unique values are retained here. Okay, is that clear, everyone? Okay, just imagine. So in a business situation, in a company situation, suppose you have a scheme in a business, you have in your company, say you have a provision to reimburse the travel expenses for your employees. Okay, just imagine that. So when you are reimbursing travel expenses, suppose by mistake it has been entered multiple times, more than once. That is maybe 3 times the employee has submitted the uh, reimbursement data for the same travel. Okay. Now, how do you, from the business point of view, how do you handle this? What impact does it have on the business? So if you do not clean the data, yeah, it will have financial impact. If you do not clean the data, if you just uh, process it in the same way as it is submitted to you, then company will reimburse thrice, right? So instead of once, it will reimburse thrice. So these kind of things might happen in your payments, especially payments to the suppliers, or payments to service providers or employees, or many other situations. Okay. So let's now go to the next topic, that is handling the text functions for cleaning the data. Okay. So we have got a lot of text functions, like let me just show you some of them. So these are some of the text functions for cleaning the data. Okay, trim function, upper, lower, proper function, substitute function, clean function. Okay, so these are some of the functions which will help us in removing the anomalies. Okay, so here we have this comments column. So what we will do is we will just apply trim function. Okay, here trim comments. Okay, so here you can just type the formula. So equal to, so you can use the trim function, and then you can provide the text. Okay? So this is the text, and you can close it and press enter. So are you able to see here? So I am just zooming it. So here after all good and comma, there are multiple spaces. 2 spaces are there. Okay, and in the trim comments we have only 1 space. So in between, the 1 space has been removed now. So if you want to apply this logic, this formula to all the things, what do we do? So it is called fill handle. So some of you might be aware, or some of you might not be aware how to enable this fill handle. Are you able to see at the corner, right corner here, at the cell? So you can just focus here. Okay. So there is a fill handle. So in order to enable the fill handle, so go to the file here and options. So in the options, you can select advanced options, and are you able to see this? Under advanced options, enable fill handle, and select drag and drop all of you. So you need to just check this and click OK here. Okay. So for some of you, if it is not enabled. So guys, now let us just apply this cell drag. Okay. So let me just double click here. So you could see here. So all the extra spaces have been removed from these comments column. Okay. So next, what we'll do is we'll look at upper, lower, and proper. So so upper, what it will do? So it will provide all the text into upper cases, right? Very good. Okay. So here you can use upper function, and you can provide the this cell reference. Okay, and close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay. So you could see everything is converted into uppercase, and you can just double click here. Okay. So all the comments are translated or transferred into or modified into upper cases. Okay. Now similarly we have the lower case. Okay. So you can use lower comments. So you can use lower formula, lower function, and you can select this cell. So you could see here it is transferred into modified into lower cases. Okay. So you can just double click here. Now here we have the proper case. So in the proper case, what does it do? So each word, the starting of each word, the first letter of each word will be converted into uppercase. Okay. So these are the some of the text related functions. Okay. Then yeah. Okay. So then substitute function. So substitute function, what it will do is we can find out some particular word, and in that if that word can be substituted with some other thing. Okay. So here let us just use substitute. So here we can use the formula substitute. So here we have to provide the text that we want to substitute. Okay. So in what text we want to substitute? Say in all good here. Okay. With say what do you want to substitute it with? Say let us put great. Okay. And we can close this parenthesis. Okay. So are you able to see here? So in this particular cell, wherever good is occurring, so it has replaced, substituted that good with great. Okay. So this way we can substitute if there are any you know uh, uh, text that we do not want it. So let us use replace here. Just replaces part of the text string. Okay. So here we provide the number of characters. The difference between substitute and replace is in the replace we can provide the starting number, starting location, and the end location, so that we can replace only in between those characters. Is that clear? And how many characters you want to replace, those things we can specify. Okay. So here let us select this. Okay. This is the old text. Okay. And comma. So starting number, say we want to start from say 7th. Okay. And how many characters you want to replace? Okay. Say 2 characters. Okay. And what is new text that you want to put there, fit there? Okay. Say yeah, just okay, and close the parenthesis. So are you able to see here? So this AA has come here. So it has replaced the space and the U. Okay. So you can provide the location references in the replace function. Is that clear? So you can also use this replace function for masking of certain data. Okay, like your email addresses or or mobile numbers. You can take mobile numbers. So if you do not want to show all the all the numbers in the mobile, okay, or in any social security numbers like Aadhaar or any specific numbers, you want to hide certain numbers in between, you can just use this as data cleaning activity. Okay. So we have this clean function. So clean function, what it do is it will try to remove the unprintable characters. Okay. like if there are any uh, uh, if there are any formatting related issues or special characters, those kind of things which could not be printed. Okay. Uh, so those things will be removed when we use the clean function. Okay. Now let us go to data preparation functions. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So let us just understand the data preparation functions. Okay. So it is the process of cleaning and organizing and transforming the raw data into format that is suitable for the analysis. Okay. So here, to save time and efforts and to improve the accuracy in the insights that we generate and to reduce the noise in the data. So noise in the data could come from irrelevant data or errors or sometimes outliers, those kind of things. Okay. And it also helps us in identifying the data quality issues like duplicate values or missing values, or if there are any mismatches, format issues, those kind of things. Okay. So it helps us, this data preparation helps us in understanding the data in much better way. So now some of the best practices for data preparation are consistent data formatting. Okay. So this is especially important for date formats. So if you are handling data from different geographies, like different countries or different time zones, okay, those when so the date format could be different. Okay, suppose in India we have date format as DD, MM, and YYYY. Okay, so in Western countries, say US and maybe European countries, so they have the date format as MMDDYY. Okay. So when you are handling data sets related to multiple geographies like this, okay. So you need to ensure that the data format is same. Okay. So either you convert this into this format or this into this format so that you have uniform dates. Okay. Similarly, numbers also. So numbers sometimes it will be in thousands, sometimes it will be in millions. Okay. So you need to be very careful about the units in which numbers are represented. Okay. Especially for the sales values or for the energy metrics or any such kind of things. Okay. And another best practice is take regular backups. So whenever you are storing the data in servers or in your own laptops or systems, try to take regular backup so that if something goes wrong, okay, if the server is corrupted or any such thing, so you can recover the data from the backup storage devices. Okay. And next, you can use data validation features. So Excel has good data validation features. Okay. Like if you are capturing the data in Excel, okay. So we have some data validation features. Let me just show you one or two so that you will have a good idea. So here, suppose we are collecting a mobile number. Okay. Uh, okay. So guys, in Indian context, so what is the length of the mobile number? Forget about the country code. Other than the country code, it is 10 digits, right? Okay. Suppose here we are capturing the mobile number. Just imagine you have given this particular format to your say sales team to capture the mobile numbers of your customers. Okay. Now here, so when it is not formatted, okay, when it is not having any control for data entry, so sometimes people might enter more numbers or other characters like plus and so many other things. Sometimes only few characters. Okay, these kind of things. Okay, so this will have inconsistent data and it's not usable for your business purpose or analysis purpose. Okay. So in order to avoid such things, so what you can do is you can inbuilt data validation techniques here. Okay. So here, are you all able to see data validation tool here? The data, uh, you know, ribbon. We have the data validation tools here. Okay. So you can just pull down this. Okay. So you have the data validation tool. Okay. So there are a lot of data validation tools. Now what we will do is, so we will just create one. So data validation. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one. So here what we will do is, so we will just create one this particular column, okay, this particular cell, we will then apply to all the cells in this column, okay. So it will have whole number, okay, that is one. And uh, just a moment. Yeah, so let us take text length, okay. So text length minimum not between equal to, okay, let us put it as 10, okay. So it must have 10 values, 10 digits, not less, not more, okay. So let us click OK. Now here we will try to put, say, these values. Now, are you able to see this error? So this value doesn't match with the data validation restrictions defined for this particular cell. Okay. So it will ask us to retry. Suppose we have entered too many values. Okay. Still it does not match. Okay. Now what we have to do? We have to trim the values. Okay. To say 10 values. Okay. Now it accepts this. Are you able to see this? So this is one such data validation technique. Okay, you can include whenever you are using Excel for data capturing. Okay, then you can include that. And another important data validation technique I would like to show you here is, suppose here you have to capture the departments. Okay, or say models. Suppose you are selling cars, so you have different models of the cars. Okay, so you can just mention car model here. Okay, so here you have, say, car model, say EV. Okay, and then you have petrol. Okay, then diesel. Okay, then say CNG. Okay, but while entering, if a free text is given for the data operator or anybody, salesperson, so if the salesperson is entering something like space EV, okay, and say one space EV and double space at the end, okay, and then petrol, okay, something like this. So here you could observe when we apply the filter, okay, so each of these values are shown as different, okay. So in order to avoid those kind of multiple types of entries for the same value, what we can do is we can inbuilt a drop down menu here, okay. So how we can inbuilt the drop down menu? So let me just show you here. Yeah. So let me just remove the filter. So we can just select this entire uh, column, and then we can go to the data validation tool and select the data validation. So here we can provide list, okay, list of values, okay, and the source we can select these things, okay. So these things will be the source from which the user will select the values, okay. So here are you able to see? The user can select only one value, and the user need not have to enter different values, or will not be able to enter different values, okay. So this way you can inbuilt the data validation technique so that the data captured is not having any errors or multiple versions of the same thing, like sometimes say somebody might put like say petrol dot, okay, something like this, okay. So those kind of errors you can add. So now we also here, yeah, we have explored data validation features here, okay, and then documentation and comments. So here we can add comments in the Excel, okay, like here you can see here in the Excel file. So when you want to provide more information to the users, so you can provide the comments, okay. So just right click here and you can provide new comments, okay. So like this you can provide the comments, test comments like this, okay. So like this you can provide different comments so that it is more readable, more understandable by the users, okay. So we can test and verify the data for its correctness and formulas, accuracies and other things, okay. Yeah, we have seen some of the text functions, additional text functions we can explore, like text concatenate left. So this what it will do is, see, concatenate, you can join two or more columns, okay. or more texting together. So text function, it will convert numerical values or dates into text format. And left function, it will in the text that is available. So you can extract a few characters from the left side. Okay, the number of characters that we specify. And the right also, it will extract the number of characters from the right that we specify. Today function will give the date and time of today. Okay, so you can use here. So from this from column H, if you want to extract a few things. Okay, so this value, if you want to convert it to text. Okay, so you can use text. Okay, so value you can just specify and you can enter. Okay, so here format text you can specify. uh, like let us take a date here. Okay, so when we can use the date format, suppose here we have a date, say 15th October 2025. Yeah, just a moment. I think this column has the data validation inbuilt. Okay. So let me put a date here, say 15th October 2025. Okay. Now here we can use say text format. Okay. Text. Okay. So this is the value. Okay. And the format you can specify, say yeah, DD. Okay. So are you able to see here? All of you? We could convert this date into a text field of our format. Okay. So guys, now what we will do is let us just look at cell references. So here there are three kinds of cell references. Okay. So one is a relative cell reference, and second one is absolute, and the third one is mixed. So here, whenever we are using formulas, whenever we are creating formulas, so we'll be using these different types of references, cell references. Okay, like here you could see uh, like equal to. So here this is relative reference. Okay, we are just mentioning the cell. So how cell is referred, how cell is identified. So it is identified with column number, okay, and then row number. Okay, so each cell is identified with column number and row number. So if you look at this, so this is a blank sheet. So here you observe. So these are the columns, okay, A, B, C, D, and these are the rows. So if you want to identify this particular cell, so what is the cell number here? It is C, column C, and the row number is 2. Okay, it is C2. So when we use in the formulas, when we use these cells, okay, so you can see C3, C4, C5, C8, C9 like this. So these are relative references. Okay, and at times you will have to use fixed references, absolute references. Okay, so at that time you can use suppose here we have we are calculating some uh, incentive. Suppose we are calculating uh, say incentive. Okay, just imagine incentives. Okay, so here if the price is say 100 rupees. Okay, if the price of a product that is sold is 100 rupees. Now here we want to based on different people. Suppose here you have say sales person, here manager. Okay, here's a general manager. Okay, just imagine like this. Okay, so incentive for this person is, okay, for salesperson on this sales amount. Okay, say 10%. Okay, so here what we'll have to do is we can use say 0.1 multiplied by this particular cell. Okay. Now, so when we want to drag this, suppose for all the people we want to use the same thing. Okay. So this value G3 has to be constant. Okay. So when you drag like this, when you just double click like this, you could see here it is changing to G4 and G5. Okay. So it is taking the subsequent cell values, these values, but that is not correct. Okay. So in such scenarios, we want to fix this particular cell reference here. Okay. So in order to do that, you can use dollar sign before the column and before the row also. Okay. So now you can use the uh, cell drag and drop. Okay. Now you could see the same value is referred here. Okay. This is called absolute reference. Is this clear, everyone? So when we want to use fixed values, I mean fixed cells, cell values which are the values inside the cells to be fixed, then we use the absolute reference. Okay. So when we drag and drop these particular cell references, so they will not change. Okay. Next we have the mixed reference, like either column or rows. Okay. Then after this, yeah. So name cell references, naming of cells, ranges, and tables. So this we can use it as part of these calculations. Okay. Let me just show, not this. Just okay. So here this naming of the cells. Okay. So naming of the cells. So if you want to use this across the different sheets, okay, we can use those named cells or named range of values or tables. Okay. So here this, yeah. So in this, suppose here we have this sales value, right? Sales column. Okay. Now you want to say uh, let me give you three different scenarios. Okay. So first scenario is like you have say tax rate. Okay. So tax rate say 15%. Okay. This is the tax rate. Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Now you have to refer this value in some other cells also, some other sheets also. Okay. Say here and in some other sheet. Okay. So how can you refer this? Okay. Or you want to refer this value in some other some other calculations. Okay. So what we can do is for this particular cell we can name this. Okay. So in order to do that we can go to just yeah, insert. Yeah, in the formulas. So here are you able to see defined names here, all of you? Okay. So in the formulas you can see the defined names. So you can just pull down this defined names. So as of now, there is no defined name. So what you can do is you can just select a defined name. Okay. So here you can mention this tax rate. Okay. For this particular value. Okay. So it refers to the conditional formatting sheet and N2. Okay. N2 cell. Okay. You can click OK. Now, are you able to see here? The name of the cell, name of this particular cell is changed to tax rate. Okay. So value is 15%. Now you can use this particular tax rate in any of sheet. Okay. Suppose here. So suppose here we have say 2000. Okay. Now here you have to calculate the tax value. Okay. So suppose this is the sales amount. and here you want to calculate tax amount. Okay, so tax amount is equal to, you can use this value multiplied by tax rate. Are you able to see the value here? Named value that we have created, tax rate at the bottom, all of you. Okay, so you can use this. Okay, are you able to see the value 300? Okay, so this way you can use this named references. Okay, is that clear, everyone? So here, if you want to convert it into, if you want to refer this value into in a new sheet. Okay, so here, let me just do this. Yeah. Okay, so here, suppose say 100. Okay, I think it will not be available in new sheet, new workbook as such. So it will be available within the same workbook. Okay. Now, what we can do is we can create a range of cells also. Okay, named range also. So here, if you want to say calculate say total sales. Okay, total sales equal to, so you can use sum of this column and close this. So this is the total sales. Now see, we have this total sales value, but as the data changes over a period of time, this table is likely to expand, right? So at that time we can get a dynamic value for this total sales. Okay, and we can refer it in the other sheet. Okay, so for such situations also we can use this named references. Okay, we can go to the formula here, or define, you can define the named reference. Okay, so you can define name. Okay, for this total sales. Okay, and you can either choose like this value, or you can choose the uh, entire column also. Okay, so here, so instead of, yeah, so instead of this, you can just select this column, and you can go to the named reference and define the name. Okay, are you able to see this? So this way also you can create net sales. Okay, now here you can use, say if you want to give some incentive. Okay, just imagine, so incentive is equal to say 10% of, okay, net sales. Okay, you can use net sales. So are you able to see here net sales, all of you? So this is from the previous sheet, other sheet. Okay, so this term, I think it is having the multiple values, it is getting multiple values. So what we need to do is equal to 0.1 multiplied by, okay, we need to do the sum of net sales. Okay, so here you can use net sales and close it. Are you able to see this? So we can perform whatever arithmetic or statistical operation that we want, sum, average, mean, median, max, such kind of things. Okay, is it understood? So this will be a dynamic table. So if the value changes, then also it will get the new value also here. Okay, so what we will do is, let us first see how to integrate ChatGPT into Excel. Okay, so guys, in your Excel, see, we have this data set. Okay, so in order to integrate the ChatGPT or any other plugins, okay, any other tools, advanced tools into Excel, so you have something called add-ins here. Are you able to see here add-in, all of you? In the home ribbon, you have the add-ins. Okay, so just click on the add-ins. So click on it, so you will get this new window. So in this new window, we can search for ChatGPT for Excel. Okay. So are you able to see this icon, ChatGPT for Excel? So you can just click on this. Okay. So it has got a different ones. You can see free trial, and there are many other plans. Okay, see the other plans also. Okay, so you can embed it. Okay, once you find out that particular tool, you can embed it. Okay, are you all able to integrate ChatGPT into your Excel? So once you integrate that into Excel, so you can see the icon here. Are you able to see the icon here? ChatGPT for Excel. You can see AI group. Now let us see how to use the AI inside our Excel. Okay. So guys, here we have few. Okay. So these are the few functions that we can use. So we'll use some of these functions. Okay. Like AI ask or AI table translate, format, and say list, and choice. Some of these things we'll use. Okay. So what does each function will do? You can just have a glance at it. So AI dot ask. So when we use this AI dot ask, so you can ask any question. Okay. From the data set, you can ask any question. Then it will try to generate answer from the data set itself. Okay. So it answers questions or generates content based on the prompts. And the AI dot table, it will create AI generated tables quickly. Okay. And then AI dot translate, it will translate from one language to the other language. Suppose you have it in English, you have the data in English, and then you want to convert it to say German, okay, or Japanese, or Hindi, or any other language. Okay, you can convert into that. So format, next one is A dot format. So this format, what it will do is, so it will convert, it will apply the consistent formatting into all cells that we select. Okay, so you will have to select a reference format, and then you can apply it to all the cells. And this A dot fill, so it is useful to fill the missing values in the columns. Okay. Next is the A dot list. So this list, it will generate the list of values. Okay, in a separate row. And A dot choice, it selects the most appropriate value from the list of choices. Okay. So now we will use some of these functions inside the Excel. Okay. Now you can use this employee data. Okay. So here we'll first use a dot summary. Okay. So here we can create a new column called summary. Here we can ask. Okay. We can use ask. So it is like any other formula. So you can just use equal to and AI. Okay. So are you able to see list of functions that we can use, all of you? Okay. So now guys, so here we are asking. So you can use a dot ask. You can select. We have to provide the prompt and give a range of values also. Okay. From which the summary has to be generated. Okay. So here, let me just give this summary, give this question. Okay. So I'm just asking it. We have to provide it in within the codes. Okay. So summarize the employee data with key observations. Okay. So this is the a question that we are asking. This is the prompt that we are giving. Okay. So comma, and the data range we have to give. Okay. So this is the data range that we can give to this prompt. Okay. And close the parenthesis. Just a minute. Yeah. So we can select from A. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now you can see it is working. it is busy generating the summary. Okay. Are you all able to understand? Okay. So you can see summary is generated. Sorry, B1. Okay, let me select A1. Okay. Okay. So you could observe here. So we will just use it. We'll just format this. Okay. You can see this, the kind of summary it has generated. Sorry, just a moment. Okay. You could see here the key observations. Okay. Summary of employee data, key observations. One is employee count. There are total number of 10 employees listed here. Okay. You can see here. And departments. Employees are spaced across various departments, including finance, human resources, marketing, IT, and engineering. And third one is 2 employees, marketing, 3 employees, IT, 2 employees, like this. Okay. So these kind of observations it could generate. It could summarize from this data. Is this clear, everyone? So we have to provide the prompt and we have to provide the range of values. Okay. So these are the two input parameters for this particular function. Okay. So AI.ask. So you have to provide the prompt. What is your question? Okay. What do you want ChatGPT to do? Okay. Then provide the second parameter is the range. Okay. So provide this range of cells. So from A1 to F11. Okay. So we'll use a format function. So AI.format, what it will do is, so here we have the departments, right? Finance, HR, and marketing, IT. So many departments are there. Okay. So we'll just create another column here. Okay. So we'll rename it as a new department. Okay. So in this new department, we can use format. Okay. So AI dot, you can use format. Okay. So what it will take two parameters. One is the value, another is format. Okay. So value is this one. So this value we want to format it into uppercase letters. Okay. So let us say take the reference of this value. Okay. So comma this particular reference value. Okay. Format value. And you can close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay. So are you able to see here? It has converted this value into uppercase letters. Okay. As per the reference that we have provided here. Then what we can do is next we can translate this thing into a different language. Okay. So let us just create another column here. Okay. So here we can use a.translate. Okay. Now it takes two parameters. You can see here, or three parameters. The third one is optional. So first is the text. So which text you want to translate? Okay. So this text we want to translate into which language? Okay. Suppose you want to translate it into, say, German. Okay. Okay. So you can close this and press enter. So are you able to see here, all of you? So it could translate it into German. Now you can also change, instead of German, you can put it in any other language, say Hindi. Are you able to see this? Okay, you can put any language of your choice, say Spanish. Okay, you can apply it. So guys, now we'll get into the next module, that is conditional formatting. Okay, formatting. Okay, so guys, suppose you have been given a data set. Okay, and now you want to identify, your manager has asked you to identify certain things. Suppose you have a list of say uh, uh, 100 employees. Okay, 100 salespersons. Okay, now you are asked to make or you are asked to identify top 10 performing salespeople. Okay, or say you have list of say 100 stores. Out of 100 stores you want to find out top 5 stores which are making highest sales. Okay, so in all such situations, so how do you go, how do you handle such how do you address such requirements? So you can do by doing multiple things. So one thing is for sure we can use the filters, isn't it? And there are other things like formatting issues, like this customized formatting. Okay, so in this we'll discuss about formatting. So what is the purpose of formatting, guys? Okay, so you might have done a lot of formatting, right, in your day-to-day handling of the Excel files. So there are two kinds of formattings available. One is to uh, traditional formatting, and another is custom formatting. Okay, so here formatting is used to allow the users to organize and analyze data and present it effectively. Okay, so custom formatting and conditional formatting, these are the two types of formattings available. So let us see some of these formattings. I think now it is time. So formatting is done for these purposes, guys. Okay. So to improve the readability and to tailor the formatting to specific notations, like you have long numbers. Okay, millions of value is there in the numbers. Suppose you want to move it into thousands, or you want to indicate it as a million. Okay, instead of showing the long number. Okay, and it will also give you consistency and the style. So consistent formatting will be given. Okay, so key info emphasis, this is also important. So when we want to extract some key insights quickly from the data, that also we can get from the formatting. Okay, data validation is also possible in the custom formatting. Okay, so now let us just do the custom formatting for numbers and date functions. Okay, so guys, we have this data set called formatting dataset, formatting.xlsx file. So here we have the net sales. Are you able to see here? Net sales, all of you, in the column G. Okay. Now here, if you want to format it into, say thousands. Okay. So how can we do? So you can just select the column. So here you can just click on this number format. Okay. Just pull down this arrow mark. Okay. Click on the arrow mark. So it will open this one. Okay. This window will open. Here you can select a custom. Okay. So here this is the format that is as of now available or applied to this particular column. Okay. So if you want to give any other format, like you can mention hash, comma, you can mention triple hash dot 00. So you want to have two decimals, and comma if you want to mention the number in thousands. So you can specify K. Okay, K stands for kilo. So you can mention K here, and you can click on OK. Now, are you able to see here? So the numbers have been transformed into thousands here. Okay. Even though the original number is shown in the formula bar, you can see the representation has changed to thousands. Is this clear? So you can remember, you can analyze, and you can read this quickly, you can analyze it quickly, and also you can remember it for longer periods of time. Okay, suppose you have long numbers. Okay, there's something like this. So how do we convert this into, say, thousands or millions? Okay, so just select this number and go to number value here. I mean formatting. Select the custom formatting, and here instead of general, you can mention it as again hash, comma. You can mention triple hash dot 00. That is for two decimals, comma. Now we want to mention it in millions. Okay, so millions, you can mention it as capital M here, and here you have to provide two commas, not one comma. So after the decimals, you have to provide two commas. Okay, so then it will show in the form of million. Are you able to see here million? Okay, so similarly, if you want to put it in billion, you can put it in billion. Say we have this number. So generally, when the numbers are long, you can see this, this kind of automatic display in Excel. Okay. So when you want to convert into billions, you can just select again the number formatting here and select custom. So instead of general, you can mention it as hash, a triple hash, comma, a triple hash dot 00. So that is for the decimals, comma. So here a single comma will translate this number into thousands. Okay, and double comma will translate this number into millions, and triple comma will translate it into billions. Okay, so you can put quotes, within the quotes you can put B. Okay. So you can give a space also if required. Okay, are you able to see here? So this way we can convert the numbers, format the numbers to make them more readable. So let me put the formats here. So this is for billion. Okay, and when you have two commas, it would be for million. Okay, and when you have single comma, it is for thousands. Okay, you need not have to mention quotes for thousands. Okay, so this is custom formatting for the numbers. Okay, now what we have is date here. Okay, let us see how we can format the date. So here we have the date in what format here is in the date column, in the column A. So we have DD, sorry, yeah. So we have DD triple M, right? And YY column. Okay, YY. So this is the format in which this dates are available in this particular column. Okay. So if you want to format it into different format, say we want to show the day also, like whether it is Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or any such thing. So we want to show the day also. So what we can do is we can select this particular column. Okay, and again click on this downward arrow. Okay, and select the custom here. So here instead of general, excuse me, you can mention it like lower cases. Okay, DD. You can mention triple D again, and you can mention triple M. Okay, and you can mention YY. And let me just copy this format as well. Okay, you can click OK. So are you able to see this? It has got transformed into first Sunday is shown here. That is the day name. Okay, Sunday, Monday, like this. You can see January 2012. Okay, full year is shown here. So if you want to indicate this Sunday at the end, that also is possible. So you can just select this. So instead of triple D at the middle here, you can just put it at the end. Okay. So are you able to see here? 1st Jan 2012, it is Sunday. 2nd Jan, it is Monday. Okay. So like this. So similarly here, if you want to transform this into different format, okay, like say you want to mention month first, you can also mention that, say DD, YY, and again you want to mention full day, okay, like Monday, you want to specify all the letters, okay, you can mention 4 days. So are you able to see here? So the first one is month, and the second one is date, third one is year, fourth one is day, okay. So here instead of you can mention triple M. So triple M will give us no month name, January, February, like this. Okay. So these are the custom formattings. Now we will discuss about conditional formatting. Okay. So this is a custom formatting, guys. Hope you have understood. Okay. Now, so let us discuss about conditional formatting. So what is conditional formatting? So conditional formatting is nothing but formatting based on some conditions, some rules, some criteria that we specify. Okay. So here conditional formatting is used. See, when we have large data sets, so it's not possible for us to scroll through all of the things. Okay, all the data sets. So instead of that, we can use conditional formatting options that is inbuilt in Excel, and we can do a lot of analysis easily. Like we can identify the duplicate values in a particular column and or row, or we can also highlight certain texts which are higher in number or lower in number, any such kind of things. Okay. Okay. So here let us see this. Okay. So here we have the order ID. Okay. Let us just imagine we have the order ID here. So you can just select this particular column, and in this column, suppose you want to find out the duplicate records, duplicate values of order IDs here. So here, are you able to see here in the styles? Okay. So you have the conditional formatting here. Are you all able to see this? In the home ribbon, okay. In the styles group, conditional formatting is there. Okay. So this is very, very useful quick analytics tool. Okay. So guys, so what we'll do is we have selected this column B for order ID, and go to the conditional formatting here, and here you have different things. Okay, you can highlight cells which are greater than or less than or in between or equal to, or top 10% or top 5% or bottom 10% or bottom 5%, any such kind of things you can use. You have data bars, you have icon sets. Okay, you have color scales, lot of things are available. Okay, so now what we'll do is, so here in the yeah, in the highlight cells, so we'll use duplicate values. Okay, so in the highlight cell rules, you can just see here, are you able to see this duplicate values? So you can just click on this duplicate values. Now are you able to see the duplicate values are highlighted in red color? Okay, dark red, light red fill, and dark red text. You can also change this to any other color. Okay, like say green color filled with light green color. Okay, or yellow. Okay, so like this you can change this. So here you want to identify only duplicate values or unique values, so either way you can use this. Okay, so you can also select unique values, so these are the unique values. Okay, and other things are duplicate values, so you can use it for both purposes. Okay, so you can just click here. Are you able to see? So this 4 ones has been repeated. Okay, so this way we can identify the duplicate values in a particular column. Okay, so this is one thing. Next we'll see how to apply various conditional formattings. Okay, suppose we have this now we have this net sales, so we want to identify the top say top 10 values. Okay, so you can just go to the conditional formatting, and here you can use top top or bottom. Okay, so let us use top 10 percentage. Okay, and we'll use the green color. Okay, top 10 sales values will be shown in green color. Sorry, we have not selected the column. So let me select the sales column and top 10 percentage. Okay, so you can see this. Are you able to see here? So these are the top 10 values. Okay, and we can also use icon sets. So you can just, if you want to clear the rules, you can just use clear the rules from the entire sheet. Okay, now, so you can select this column and go to the conditional formatting, and here you can use icon sets. So generally these kind of arrows, upward arrow, downward arrow with colors, and a horizontal arrow with colors will be used to indicate whether it is in the highest rank or lowest rank or in the middle. Okay, I mean bands, different bands are there. Okay, so you can see here 7,000, 6,000, these are in between. Okay, 2,000 or 2.5 thousand, it is at the lowest band, and 11,000, 12,000, they are in the highest band. Okay, or range. Yeah, Ravindranath, see here you have different no, arrows. Okay, not just arrows, you have different icons. So here we have the icon sets, right? You can use this. Okay, different icon sets or shapes or indicators, ratings. Okay, different these things are there. If you want more rules, you can just click on more rules. Okay, Ravindranath. Yes, I'm coming to that for each arrows. Yeah, I'm coming to that. So as of now, when we have just selected this, okay, selected the icon sets, what it has done, Excel has automatically scanned through these data sets, and it has arranged the data sets inside its dynamic memory, and it has found out what are the values which are falling in the top range, middle range, and bottom range. Now, how do we edit these things? How do we edit the rules? Okay, so you can just select this column, go to conditional formatting here, and here you can select manage rules. Okay, so in the manage rules, are you able to see this? We are using icon set here. Okay, so these icon sets are there. You can just click on edit rule here. Okay, now you can edit the rule here. Are you able to see here? You have a lot of options of editing. Okay. So you can see this is the editing things. Okay. You can edit these values. Okay. Ravindranath and all others. So it is taking as percentage. Okay. So if the value is greater than or equal to 67 percentage, then it is shown in green color and upward arrow. If the value is between, I mean less than 67 percentage, and less than 33 percentage, okay, percentile you can take. Okay, so then it is shown in horizontal and yellow color arrow, and when the value is less than 33 percentile, then it is shown in red color downward arrow. Okay, so these values we can change. So we can change this to number instead of percent, and here we can mention value, say 10,000. Okay, a value greater than 10,000 will be shown in green color and upward arrow, and again we'll change this also to number, and a value less than 10,000 and say greater than 5,000, okay, will be shown in horizontal arrow, and any value less than 5,000 will be shown in red color arrow. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so this way we can edit the values, and then you can just click on apply and click close. Okay, now are you able to see here? So all the values greater than 10,000 are shown in upward arrow. Okay, and in between horizontal arrow, and less than that, I mean less than 5,000, they are in downward arrow. Okay guys, now what we'll do is, let us do one more thing. So yeah, so here you can just select this column, sales column, and if you want you can apply data bars as well. Okay, like solid fill, like this. So this is data visualization itself within this Excel. So you can see the length of the bar is proportional to the value that it contains. Okay, the higher is the length, that means higher is the value. Okay, longer is the length of the bar, higher is the value, the smaller is the, I mean, shorter is the length of the bar, the smaller is the value. Okay. So you can see here, these are called data bars. Okay. So they are inbuilt into the cell itself. Okay. So let me just clear out this formatting. Okay. Now there is another kind of formatting, the conditional formatting. Suppose you want to highlight the entire record, okay, based on some condition. Okay. So how can we do that? So that becomes a necessity, right? Many times in your day-to-day data analysis and reporting or presentation. Okay. So in such situations, what we can do is you can select the entire table. Okay. Control Shift, rightward arrow and downward arrow, and then you can go to the conditional formatting, and here you can just click on new rule. Okay. So in the new rule, now Ravindranath, I think you have asked how we can use the formulas. So you can just click on use formula. Okay. So in the use formula, now you can put so equal to, okay, if, okay, if you can put dollar h, column h, okay, is greater than, say, 5,000. Okay. So if the column h is greater than 5,000, yeah, you can put say h1. Okay. So 5,000, then you can put it as true, else make it as false. Okay. So this is the formula, conditional formula that we are creating here. And in order to format the text into, I mean, a row into some color, so here you can click on format here. Okay. You can select a color of your choice. Okay. So just let me click on the format. So now you can choose any color of your choice. Okay. Let us say we'll select blue color here. Okay. Let us click OK. And now let us click OK here. Okay. Now are you able to see? So wherever profit is greater than 5,000, you can see the entire record is highlighted in blue color. Okay. Is it understood? Now we'll discuss about the logical functions. Okay. So there are different types of functions are there. So let us discuss about the logical functions. Okay. So what are the logical functions? So why they are used? Any idea? What are the logical functions and why they are used? So logical functions are used to check some conditions. Based on the conditions, you want to format the data, or you want to make some new calculations, or you want to calculate some other thing. Okay. So for such purposes, you want to also check the data integrity. Okay. There are a lot of things. So now here we have this data set. Okay. So this data set, you can just have a glance at it. It is same data set, like we have the date, order ID, product name, and then we have no salesman, region, and so and so. So here, see, as a finance person, you would like to calculate the commission for each and every order. Okay. So you want to calculate the commission percentage. So how you can calculate the percentage? Okay. So here business rules are like this. Okay. Your no organization has set this scale. Okay. So this is your business rule. Okay. Like when the sales amount is greater than or equal to 10,000, you will be providing 5% commission. Okay. And if the sales amount is greater than or equal to 5,000 and less than 10,000, you will be providing commission of 2.5 percentage. And if it is less than 5,000, if the sales is less than 5,000, you will be providing commission as 1.5 percentage. Okay. So these things we want to apply it into each and every order over here. Okay. So how can we do this? So we'll have to use various logical functions and also nested logical functions. Nested means one inside the other. Okay. One function inside the other function. Okay. So all of you, please look at this. So let us try to build the logic here. Okay. So first we need to use the equal to sign to start the formula. Okay. Now what is the function that we need to use here? First function. So we'll have to use if condition first. So if is also part of the logical condition. Okay. Then open the parenthesis. So the syntax for if condition is, if function is, first you have to provide the logical test. Next, you have to provide a value in case the logical test is true. What value you want to display, or what value you want to take, or what result you want to give as output of this particular if condition. So that has to come next. And in the end, what if the condition is false? Okay, what value you want to give as a result or outcome of this particular logical test? Okay, so this is the syntax for this if formula. Okay, now we'll have to test this net sales. Okay, G2. So if the G2 is greater than, or we can use, say, if it is less than. Okay, we can come from bottom here. So you can build the logic either way. From top you can come, or from bottom also you can come, either way. Okay. So if the sales is less than, say, 5,000. Okay. Then, so if the sales is less than 5,000, what is the percentage of a commission? So it will be 1.5%, right here. So just to select this cell. Okay, O7. So here we are not disturbing these things. Okay, these are managed by somebody else. These are the business rules. These are managed by somebody else. We are allowed to work only on this. Okay, not on this business logics, business policies. Okay, business policies are set by the managements. Okay, we should not enter into that. We have to use those values here. Okay, so then, so if the value, if the sales is less than 5,000, so we will be getting O7. If not, okay, if the sales is not less than 5,000, so we'll have to again check it again. Okay, so we are going to use nested if condition. Okay, nested means one function inside the other function. So we have if condition outside, and we are creating another if condition inside. Okay, and here, so for this condition there are two conditions right here, greater than or equal to 5,000 and less than 10,000. So when we want to test two conditions at a time, okay, so you can use AND condition. Okay, so AND condition works like this. Suppose say a job has got a requirement that candidates have to be graduates, and they should have age of, say, 21 years. Okay, now say 100 people have applied for the job, and some are graduates, some are not having age of 21 years. Okay, different types of people are there. So how do you filter those who are eligible for interviews? So you can use AND condition. So in AND condition you can check whether they are graduate or not, and whether the age is greater than 21 or not. So when both conditions are satisfied, at that time you can consider this person as eligible candidate. Okay, so AND condition will give you a result of true when both conditions are tested positive. If any of the condition is not positive, then it will give false. Okay, and when both conditions are false, then also it will return the result as false. Okay, so the logical condition is, so first again let us select this G2. So G2 must be greater than or equal to 5,000, comma, another logical condition is again G2, that is net sales, has to be less than 10,000. Okay, so if these two are true, if these conditions, two conditions are met, so then, so the incentive or the commission is 2.5%, and else the commission is 5%. Okay, so this way and now we need to close the parenthesis. So this parenthesis is for inside if condition. You can just check the colors, okay, colors of the parenthesis. So when you have open parenthesis, you will have to close the parenthesis, okay. And for the outside if condition, you will have to provide another parenthesis, okay. And you can press enter here. Now are you able to see here 2.5 percentage is the commission percentage for this sales of 7,164. So here we are going to use multiple if conditions, and along with this we are also going to use and condition, okay. So and condition, as we discussed in the earlier example, so if a person is graduate, okay, and also having age greater than 21 years, then only we can consider that person for the job, okay. So we need to check both these conditions, if the person is graduate or not, okay, and if the person's age is greater than 21 or not. So when we use the and condition for these two logical tests, so when both these tests are true, then we will get the output as true, okay. So when this is true, this is true, we will get the output as true, okay. And if any one of them is false, say this is false and this is true, we will get the output as false, okay. So if both of them are false, then we will get the output as false. This is clear, everyone, up to here? So we are going to use multiple if conditions, okay, nested if conditions, and also we are going to use another logical function, AND function, okay. So here let us just recreate the function again. So here the formula. So here let us rewrite it, okay. So here we are going to write if condition, okay, if this G3, okay, if this we will write in the reverse way, okay. So if G3 is greater than or equal to say 10,000, okay, if it is greater than or equal to 10,000, if the sales amount is greater than or equal to 10,000, as per the business logic, we have to provide commission of 5%, okay. Just to select this cell, okay, comma. If not, if the sales value is not greater than or equal to 10,000, so what do we do? So we will have to provide, we will have to use another if condition, nested if condition. So within this nested if condition, again we are going to test this G3. So if it is, you can use this way, okay. You can use if G3 is less than say 5,000, okay. If G3 is less than 5,000, then so you can use 1.5 percentage if the sales is less than 5,000, and you can provide else. So if the sales is not less than 5,000, okay, that means it is not greater than or equal to 10,000, nor it is less than 5,000, that is it is in between those two, okay. So in such situations we can provide 2.5 percentage, okay. Close the parenthesis for inside if, okay, and you can provide another parenthesis, okay, and you can press enter. So are you able to see here? So here we have not used AND condition, so we have just changed the method, okay, changed the conditions that we apply, okay. Is this clear, everyone? So instead of testing two conditions, we have tested it in the reverse way, okay. So you can do this either way. Now guys, how do we apply this to the entire column? Okay, that's the question. So here guys, can we just use the fill handle to drag and drop it to the entire column? So we have to fix these values, guys. So what values you want me to fix here? So whatever references we have taken here, okay, these references. So these values have to be fixed. They have to be made absolute references. Okay, good. So let me just use this. Okay. So here we will make this O5 as fixed. So in order to make it fixed, you can put a dollar in front of the column and also the row number. Okay. And again here as well. So you can also, what you can do is you can just select this entire column, entire cell reference, okay, like O7, and you can press F4. Okay. So when you press F4 in your keyboard, so it will make it as absolute reference. Sorry. Is it understood? Okay. Now you can use the fill handle. Just double click. So you can see all the values are calculated or extracted from this uh, business rule. Okay. Now we will just have a look at the other things. Okay. Like if and or condition. So here we'll just select this business condition. Okay. These are the business logics. So if the sales is greater than 10,000 or profit is greater than or equal to 5,000. So we will be mentioning the performance as good, and else we will be mentioning it needs improvement. Okay. So let us try to build this logic over here. So here we will apply these business logics to calculate this performance. Okay. So what we need to do first you put the equal to, and what function do we need to use? We'll have to use if function, isn't it, guys? So let us use if function, and inside the if function we can use, what do we need to use to test these two conditions? Sangeeta, not and condition. We have to use or condition. Okay. So we are checking whether the sales is greater than 10,000 or profit is greater than or equal to 5,000. Okay. Not a H2 as such. So what we'll do is we'll use or condition. So inside the or condition, we'll use H2. Okay. H2 is say greater than 10,000. Okay. Comma. Again. Sorry, not H2. It is G2. Okay. Sales. We want to check for sales, right? So sales should be greater than 10,000 or this profit H2. Okay. H2 is greater than or equal to 5,000. Okay. So when one of these condition is found true, so the output of our condition will be true. Okay. So when both are true, when both the conditions are true, then also it will be giving output as true. Result would be true. And when one of the conditions also test true, then also it will give the result as true. When both the conditions are false, then it will give the output as false. Okay. That is the functioning of R formula. Okay. R function. Now, so when one of these conditions are true, okay, then you can mention the performance as good. Okay. So whatever text we provide inside the if conditions, so we'll have to use quotes for that. Okay. Double quotes and comma. So when none of the condition is meeting, then we have to mention it as need improvement. Okay. So you can also just refer these things. Okay. You can just select these things, comma, and in the if it is false, you can just use need improvement. Okay. And close the parenthesis and press enter. Is it understood, everyone? So we have used if condition and also or condition inside it. So now can we use this to fill all the cells directly, or do we have to change any references? So what we'll do is we'll make these references O12 and O13 as absolute references, and then we'll use fill handle to apply it to the entire column. Okay. Now we'll use the fill handle. So you can see here we have good and also we have need improvement. Okay. So here it is good because the sales amount is greater than 10,000. You can see here. Okay. Now here true or false. So let us just mention it as true over here and false here. Okay. So this not function, what it will do is it will give just it will negate the existing value. Okay. So not function. Suppose you want to, if something is available, you want to make it as negative 1. So here you can mention it as equal to not of this value. Okay. So it will just, if it is true, it will give you the output as false, and if it is false, it will give you the output as true. Okay. So this way. So these are the logical functions. Okay. So now what we will do is we will discuss about lookup functions. Okay. So lookup functions are used for searching the items. Okay. Searching the items and finding out relevant data. So you can do this within the same Excel, I mean same workbook, from within the same sheet, or within multiple sheets, or in other sheets, other workbooks also. Okay, you can use the VLOOKUP function. So here we have a small data set. So you can see order ID, products sold, salesman, and net sales. So using the VLOOKUP, we want to find out net sales for whatever is the order ID that is mentioned here. Okay. So here we can write the VLOOKUP function. Okay, all of you please focus here. So you can just see here it's a description, or what does the function do. So it looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table, and then returns the value in the same in an ascending order. In an ascending order means, see here VLOOKUP, how does it function is, it will check for the whatever value we want to search, it will check for the value in the leftmost column. Okay, whatever we select in the leftmost column, and it will return you a value which is available towards the right. Okay, it could be this column, it could be from this column, this column, or this column. Okay, is it understood? And if you select the dataset, reference dataset from here, and you want to search for the order ID, it will not make, it will not go beyond the selected column, first column. Okay, so we are using VLOOKUP. So it takes four parameters, guys. Okay. So first parameter is the lookup value. Lookup value means what do we want to search? Okay. So this value we want to search. Okay. This is the lookup value that we want to search. Okay. Now provide comma. Now it is asking for the table array. Table array means in which table you want to search this value or search this item. Okay, so we want to search it in this particular table. Okay, so you can provide the entire table. Okay, you can use control shift rightward arrow and the downward arrow. Okay, so it will take the entire table. Next important thing is the column index. Okay, column index number. So from which column you want to pick up the value. So here you can see this order ID, it is first column. This product sold is second column, salesman is third column, net sales is fourth column. That's how the indexing will start in VLOOKUP. Okay, so here since we want to get the net sales value, so what should be the column index number here? What should be the column index number? 4. Now, so the range lookup. So here we have to provide whether we have to inform this Excel whether we want to do approximate match or exact match. Okay, so exact match means it will just look out for the exact value. Okay, if it is not matching 100%, then it will give you no result, it will not give you any result. Okay, so in approximate match it can give you, if at least some portion is matched, then it will give you some value. Okay, so let us use exact match. So you can choose false, or you can choose, you can also put 0 here. So 0 means exact match, 1 means approximate match. Okay, and you can close the parenthesis and press enter. So are you able to see here? So against the order ID of 1121, so we have a net sales value of 2277. So you can see here 1121 in this particular row number 12. So for 1121 we have the sales amount of 2227. Okay, sorry, 2277. Okay, now we will go to the H lookup, guys. Okay. So VLOOKUP, in VLOOKUP, V stands for vertical. Okay. So vertical means it will search in the vertical direction. Okay. In the vertical direction from top to bottom. And H lookup, H means horizontal direction. Okay. It will look up in the horizontal row wise. Okay. Is that clear, everyone? So here we have this particular order. And now we will have 1123. Okay. So for 1123 order number, we want to extract what is the sales value. Okay. Using the H lookup, we will extract the sales value. Okay. So put equal to sign and you can use H lookup. Okay. And it will also take same four arguments, whatever VLOOKUP used to take. So first we need to pass the lookup value, that is the value whatever we are searching, and the table array. Okay, so this is the table array. You can just put the cursor in the first cell, and you can use a shift, control shift and rightward arrow and then downward arrow, so that it selects the entire table array. Okay, and then comma, and now we need to provide the row index. Okay, third parameter or third input is row index. So here row indexing will start at 1 here for the order ID, and 2 for the product sold, and 3 for the salesman, and 4 for the net sales. So what row ID do we need to provide here? What row index do we need to provide here? So here we need to provide 4 comma. Again it is asking for the range lookup, either exact match or approximate match. So we'll check for exact match. Okay, and close the parenthesis and press enter. So here you could observe for 1123 order number. So it is occurring here. You can see here for 1123 order number. This is the sales value. Okay, 8046. We will discuss about the H lookup. That is much advanced, even though it is not part of the curriculum. So in the interest of your learning, so I am just explaining that. So H lookup is very important function, guys. It is much advanced function compared to VLOOKUP or H lookup. So it can do the work of VLOOKUP as well as H lookup. Okay, and here you can it will also search. So X lookup, it will do the work of, okay, VLOOKUP and also H lookup, and it can search from left to right or right to left. Both ways it can search. And another important thing is, if some value is not found, you can mention no value. Okay, value not found. You can mention any text. Okay, like this. So this is not possible using VLOOKUP or H lookup. Okay, so if some value is not found, you cannot mention no value found or not available. Any such thing we cannot use for VLOOKUP or H lookup. So these are the advantages of X lookup, guys. Is it understood? So guys, we'll use one X lookup here. Okay, all of you please focus. So we are using X lookup. So lookup value, we want to search this value. Okay, and in which array? Lookup array. So we want to search in the this row. Okay, here the first row. Okay, that is the order ID basically. Okay, comma. Now we have to select the return array. Okay, so return array, say we want to select net sales. Okay, so you can select this return array and comma. So the fourth parameter is, what if the value is not found? Okay, what do you want to display if the value is not found? So we will display, say, not available or not found. Okay, okay, comma. Match mode. Match mode is exact match or next smaller number or next larger number. So there are various other things. Okay, so let us make it as exact match. Okay, and here we can close the parenthesis. Okay, you can close the parenthesis here, or you can also put a comma. Now you can search from, you can provide the option whether you want to search from first to last or last to first. So when you want to search from first to last, that means left to right. So you can provide 1. Okay. When you want to search from right to left, you can provide -1. Okay. So this way you can provide the values. So are you able to see here? So for 1123, so you can see here, this is the value. Okay. Sales value 8046. So this is about the lookup functions. So referential functions. Okay. So we have 3 reference functions, guys. So index, match, and offset functions. Okay. So they are used to get values, extract the values based on matching the things. Okay. So let us first try to use the match function. Okay. So match function, what it will do is, let me just use here. Okay. So equal to, so match. Okay. So it will take 3 parameters, guys. Okay. So the first parameter is a lookup value. So we want to search for this particular order date. Okay. Comma. And next is the lookup array. Okay. So lookup array is a single row. Okay. It could be single row or single column. Okay. Single dimensional array. This lookup array is single dimensional array. It is not, multi-dimensional thing. Okay. So you can just select this column, dates column, control shift downward arrow. Okay. Okay. So we have referred this particular column. Okay. Single dimension column. Now, so you want exact match or less match or greater match. So we want to have exact match. So we can provide 0 and close the parenthesis. Okay. And press enter. Now, are you able to see here? So here, using the match function, what we are doing is we are trying to find this date, whether it occurs in this particular single dimensional array or not. Okay. If it occurs, at what position is it occurring? Okay. At what position is it occurring? Okay. So this value 3 is starting from this dates. Okay. This is having index 1, and 1st January is having index 2. 2nd January is having index 3. Okay. This is clear. So the match function, what it will do is it will search for particular lookup value in a single dimensional array. It could be rows, or it could be row, or it could be column. And it will give you the index value. Okay. The position, basically the position. Is it understood? Match function. Now, so we will also have a match function for this profit and loss. So here we have the profit and loss. So we will use the match function again. Lookup value is this, comma, and lookup array. Okay, table array is this row. Okay, it's not columns now, it is these rows. Okay, comma, and we want to have exact match. So here, what are we trying to get here? We are trying to get the column number, isn't it, guys? Suppose if there is no match found, suppose let us have this as last one. So you will have this output result. Okay. So whenever there are no matches found, it will give you NA. Okay, not available. Okay. Okay. Now we have found out. So this is the column number. Okay. And these are the row numbers. Is this clear, everyone? So we have found out row numbers and column numbers for these different dates. Okay. Now what we will do is, so here using the index function, okay, using the index function, we will try to extract this profit or loss on this particular day. Are you all getting? Using the index function, okay, using the index function, we will extract profit or loss on 2nd January, on 1st May, on 22nd January, like this. Is it understood? So the index function, what it will do is, so it will take the reference of column number and row numbers, and it will try to extract the value. Okay. So here for the index function, so you can just use equal to and index function. So it returns the value or a reference of the cell at the intersection of particular row and column in the given range. Okay. So first we need to provide the array. Okay. So this is the array. So you can use Control Shift right and downward arrow. Okay. So this is the total array. Okay. Basically the table array, entire table array. So you select that and comma row number. So where do we get the row number? Where do we get it? So we can get from this match date, right? Match for date. Yeah, B18. Yeah, we have used match function, right? Match for date. Okay. From that we will have to get it, Javed. So row numbers we have to get from these things, and this is the column number. Okay. Okay. So in this function, let us pass the row number as this one. Okay. E5, comma column number. So we have to give this E3 as the column number. So close the parenthesis. Is it understood up to here, all of you? So at the intersection of this row number and column number, whatever value is there in this entire table array, so that value will be picked up. Okay. Okay. So you can just press enter here. So are you able to see here? On 2nd January 2012, okay, that is this particular thing. So we have a profit of 3,376.632. So you can just have a look at it on 2nd January. So profit is this 3,376.63. So here index function, what it will do is, first it will take the reference of the table, okay, data set, and then we provide the row number, okay, horizontal row number, and then the column number. So at this intersection, whatever is there, so row number and column number, whatever is available at this intersection, this value will be picked up and shown as the result here. Is it understood, everyone? Okay. Now, how do we apply to this all these cells here down here? Do we need to do anything before using a fill handle? So we need to lock. Which one do we need to lock here? We need to lock E3. That is column we need to lock. That is for sure. And the other thing that we need to lock is the table array. Okay. So we need to lock two things: table array and the column. Okay. Very good. So here we will log this. Okay, and a column also we need to log it. Okay, now you can use the fill handle to fill the values. Okay, so you see these are the profit and losses here. Okay, suppose now you do not want to see the profit and loss, you want to see the sales. So here we need not have to rewrite anything. Okay, we can just change the value over here in this particular cell. Instead of profit and loss, you can mention it as sales or net sales. Okay, you can press enter. Are you able to see here? These are the net sales on these particular days. Okay. Now what we will do is we will use the offset function here. Okay. So offset function, what it will do is it will change the reference, guys. Okay. It will change the reference. It will set the reference to 0, 0. Okay. So whatever cell you are fixing the offset, okay, you are providing a reference as, that cell will become 0, 0, means that becomes the 0 column and 0 row. Okay. So it is offsetting. So from here, see, from this particular position, what is this position? Or let us take this position. What is its position? This cell's position is F9, right? Okay. So when you take the offset, suppose from here, okay. So when you take offset from here, so it becomes A3, okay, something like that. So it will change the reference value, okay. So let us use offset function. So you can see it returns a reference to a range that is given number of rows and number of columns from the given reference. So reference is the key here. So what is the reference point that we want to fix? So we want to fix this as B17 as the reference point. Okay. Comma. So this as the reference, and how many rows apart from here? Okay. So we can take that from the match function. Okay. Comma, how many columns? We can take from this. Okay. And close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay. So is this value correct, guys? Using offset. So on 2nd January, we have got a sales value of 2280. Is this correct? It's not correct, right? See here, offset function, when we are using offset function, it will change the reference. Okay. See, in your school days, let me give you an example. So in your school days, you might have drawn graphs, right? Like this. So this is x-axis and this is y-axis. So you might have drawn graphs like this, isn't it? Do you all remember? Okay. Now, so what is this position? This position. What is its index? XY positions 0, 0. So this is 0, 0. Okay. This point it is 0, 0. Okay. So this is x and this is y. So as you move from here, the x value will increase. As you move from here, y value will increase. Okay. Now, so at times when the values are large, when x, say y values are large, okay, and even x values are large. So this indexing, it will not start at 0, 0. You can have it some say at say 10,000, right? When you have large values. Suppose all the values, all the data points values are greater than 10,000, say 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, so many things, okay? So in such situations, we need not have to start the indexing at 0, 0, okay? You can start from 10,000, 10,000. Are you all getting? So this is nothing but you are offsetting, okay? You are taking a different reference. Instead of 0, 0, you are having a reference of 10,000, 10,000. Is it understood, everyone? Okay. So from here, whatever extra amount, yeah, changing the starting point, yeah, or interval. So from this, whatever extra amount you have, say if you have say 12,000, okay, so you can plot at a 2k interval here, okay. This will be 10k interval, 10k starting point. So this will be 12k, okay, at 2k interval, okay, like this you can plot, okay. So this is called the offset method, okay. So similarly here in Excel also, when we are using offset method, so this cell, it becomes 0, 0. Is it understood? And in offset method, indexing will start at 0 0, not at 1 1. Okay. In other methods like index or even VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP or XLOOKUP, so their indexing start at 1 1. Okay. But in offset method, indexing starts at 0 0. Is it understood? That is the difference between index method and offset method. Okay. So since it is 0 0, okay, so column number is 0, row number is also 0. So what is this column number? What is its column number? It will be 1, right? Next it is 2. Salesman is 3. Region is 4. Okay. Customers is 5. Net sales 6 and profit or loss 7. Okay. Is it understood? So its column number is 7 from here. Okay. Profits column number is 7. Is it understood, everyone? Okay. Similarly, row numbers. So the 1st January is having row number of 1. 2nd January is having row number of 2. Like this. Okay. Now let us see this in the formula here. Okay. So you can use offset method. Okay. So reference, we are taking this as the reference. This we are setting as 0 0, comma, rows. How many rows? So we want to have this match rows. So do we need to do anything over here? Since the indexing starts at 0 0 and we have the value as 3, so we have to subtract 1. Whenever we are using offset method, so we have to subtract 1 since the indexing starts from 0 0. Okay. So E5 minus 1, comma. What are the column numbers? So column numbers is E3. Okay. So column numbers also same issue. So you can provide minus 1. Okay. Okay. So with that, we can just close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay. Now, are you able to see we got the exact value what we used to get using index function? Okay. Now, so how do we apply this thing to the all the cells over here? So what do we need to fix? We need to fix two things. So we need to fix the reference also. B17 also we have to fix and E3 we have to fix. Okay. So here you can just select B3, sorry, B17. So you can put a dollar sign there. Just a moment. Yeah. You can put dollar sign for B17 and then for E3 as well. Okay. So press enter. Now you can use fill handle. Okay. You could see the exact matches here. Okay. Using the index method and now using the offset method. Okay. So now we will discuss about the statistical functions, guys. So the statistical functions are like, we have sum, count, ranking, and like percentile, quartiles, standard deviation, median. Okay, so these are some of the statistical functions. So whenever, excuse me, so whenever you are given any data, so if you are asked about the insights on the data, so first thing what you can do is you can just use the basic statistical functions. Okay, like sum, average, and median, percentile, or standard deviations. Okay, those kind of things. So here we have these functions. to be used in the statistical analysis. Okay, so let us use one by one. So first you can see here sum ifs. Okay, so the purpose of sum ifs is you do the summation, okay, only if it meets these conditions, XYZ conditions. Okay, so it is like you are providing the criteria for summation. Is it understood? Okay, so wherever there are matches, then only you do the summation. Excuse me. Okay, suppose here we have the salesman. Okay, you can see here we have different salespeople. Now, so you want to find out total sales made by this particular salesperson, Justin, Mr. Justin. That is the business case. Is it understood? Okay. So based on the conditions, I mean, based on whether the salesperson is Justin, then only we want to sum up the values and we want to show. Okay. So how do you do that? So here in the under the result cell, so you can use equal to. Okay. So first type in sum ifs. Okay, so guys here you might also get some if. So some if will take only single condition. This is some ifs will take multiple if conditions. Okay, you can check for multiple conditions, and when it meets multiple conditions you can execute some business logics. Okay, okay, some ifs. So it takes these parameters. First sum range. So what is that you want to sum up? Okay, so we will select this net sales. Okay, so the first cell, control shift downward arrow. Okay, is it understood, everyone? So this is some range we have selected. Now the next one is the criteria range. In which particular column you want to search? Okay, so we want to search in the salesman column. Okay, you can select from this cell, control shift downward arrow. Okay, comma. Okay, so comma here. Now we have to provide the criteria. What is the criteria? What is the condition? What's our requirement? We want to find out all the sales done by Justin. Okay, so then you can just select this criteria. Okay, and now you can close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay, so are you able to see here? This is the result. This is the total sales done by Mr. Justin. Is it understood, everyone? 11,71,075 rupees, 745 rupees, or dollars, whatever it could be. Okay, so here what we have done is we have calculated some of the sales done by Mr. Justin. Okay, now you can validate this value whether this is the correct value or not. Okay, you might have some suspicion or some doubt whether you have correctly calculated or not. Okay, so in such scenario what you can do is just apply the filters here. Okay, go to data, apply filter. Now what you can do is you can select the salesman. So here you can search for Justin. Okay, and click OK. Now you can just select the column net sales. Okay, so are you able to see the net sales over here at the bottom right? 11,71,745. Okay, so this way you can validate your results. So now we can just remove the filter. Okay, are you able to see here 11 lakh 71,745? It is exactly matching with this. Okay, this way you can cross verify whether your formulas are giving correct results or not. So next we have countif functions. So here in the SUMIF functions, so we have provided only single criteria. Okay, but you can provide multiple criteria, multiple conditions you can provide. So that is why it is called some ifs. So ifs is a multiple thing. Okay, you can provide multiple criteria, multiple conditions. Okay, so count ifs. So count ifs, what it will do is it will count the details if the condition is met. Okay, so criteria range is this net sales. Control shift downward arrow. Okay, comma. So it is asking for the criteria. Okay, so what's the criteria available here? It should be greater than 8,000. Okay, so we want to count all the sales which are greater than 8,000. Close the parenthesis and press enter. So are you able to see here? We got 445 sales records that are more than 8,000 in value. Next is the percentile. Okay, so percentile means how it is calculated is, suppose we have a data set. Okay, so data set like 1, 3, 2, 7. Okay, say 4, 5, something like this. Okay, so percentile, how it is calculated is, so first the data is arranged either in ascending order or descending order. So let us take it is arranged in ascending order. Okay, so it would be looking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, so the data will be arranged in ascending order like this, and once that is done, then whatever percentile you provide. Okay, so at that percentile how many records are there? Okay, those things will be given. So here in the percentile formula, if you provide that percentile value, so it will pick up what is the matching value here in the net sales. Okay, is that understood, everyone? Percentile. So here you can use percentile formula and the array. You have to provide the array. So within the sales, so you can select from one row bottom. So here from this net sales, okay. So control shift downward arrow. Okay. And now we need to provide the percentile in the decimal value. Like if you want to show, say, 60%, so we have to put 0.6, or we want to show 0.25%. Okay, that is a quarter. Okay, so you can mention 0.25 here and close the parenthesis, press enter. Okay, so you could see 25th percentile data is, or sales is 3,822. Okay, now quartile works in similar way as to percentile. So quartile actually you can understand this using box and whisker plot. Okay, okay, so this is the box and whisker plot. So the middle one is called the box here, and these are the whiskers. Okay, so the data, when it is arranged in ascending order or descending order, so we call this as the lower whisker. Okay, and this is the upper whisker. Okay, and at this point is called quartile 1, and this point is called quartile 3. Okay, and In the middle, you will have one not exactly in the middle, but it depends on the median. Okay, so this is called Q2. Q2 is nothing but mean value. Sorry, median value. Okay, this is median value. Okay, so here, so you can see Q1. Q1 is quartile one. So quartile one means 25th percentile data will be available up to here. 25th percentile. Okay. Q2. Q2 means, okay. Q2 means it is the median value. Okay. So at that one, percentile would be 50 percentile. Okay. So next we have the Q3. Q3 is at 75th percentile. Okay. So like this. So now you can extract these values from, I mean, by using quartile function here. Okay. So you can use quartile. Okay. So array, you can select the same array, sales array, comma. So which quartile do you want to extract? You can see here different options are available. Okay. So minimum value, first quartile, that is 25th percentile, second quartile, that is 50th percentile, third quartile, that is 75th percentile, and maximum value. So let us try to extract first quartile. Okay. You can mention one and close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay. So you could see here first quartile and 25th percentile are same here. Are you able to see here? 3822. We got 3822. Okay. Now we have the standard deviation. So standard deviation is used a lot of times in statistical analysis. Okay. So you can use std-dev. Okay. So numbers, you can provide the sales numbers here and close the parenthesis. It takes only one argument, that is the number series. Okay. So this is the standard deviation. Okay. And the median. So median is the mid value when the data is arranged in ascending order or descending order. Okay. So if the number of values are say odd number, then it will pick up the exactly middle value as the median. Okay. But when there are even values, so after data is arranged in ascending or descending order, so it will pick up the average of middle two values. So that becomes the median of that particular data set. So whenever we are doing statistical analysis, so instead of average, that is mean, instead of mean, this use of median is more preferred to have consistent insights or analytics. Okay, so you can use median here. Okay, and you can select the net sales. Okay, close the parenthesis, press enter. So are you able to see here? Median value is 6,192. Now, how can we find out whether this median value is correct or not? So here we can use quartile and also percentile. So in the quartile, what quartile can we give here? We can give second quartile, right? Okay. So you can give 2. Okay. So are you able to see here? Second quartile, that is 50th percentile, is 6192, which is exactly matching to this median value. Okay. Now percentile also we can correct it. Okay, instead of 25th percentile, you can mention of 50th percentile. Okay, that is 0.5. You can press enter. Now, are you able to see here? All the values are same, 6192, 6192, and 6192. So this way we can validate the median calculation value. Okay. Now rank function, guys. So see, suppose we have 100 students. Okay, in the session 100 students are there. Now their exam marks are released. Okay. Okay. Now you want to rank the students, right? When the exam marks are released, you want to rank them as rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this. Okay. So when you say rank 1, so which way is rank 1 here in the context of exam marks for the students? Which way is it rank 1? Is it the person who got the lowest marks is given rank 1 or the highest marks? Highest marks, right? So ranking is done from the top level to the bottom level, right? Okay. That means in the descending order. Are you getting? So based on the marks in the descending order, ranks are given. Okay. Now you can also rank them in the reverse order, right? In the ascending order as well. So if you remember maybe in your school days or college days, so when these kind of exam marks are declared, suppose you have a friend who got low score. Okay. So imagine you got the highest score and your friend has got the lowest score. So you might say rank 1, I am the first ranker, and your friend also might say I am also first ranker. Okay, and both are correct, isn't it, guys? Both are first rankers only. Okay, logically both are correct, but one is you are from the when the data is in the descending order, that is highest to lowest, you are the first ranker, and your friend is the first ranker when the data is from lowest to highest, that is in the ascending order. Okay, so this order decides the ranking. Okay, either ascending or descending. You have to be careful whenever you are using the rank function. Okay, is it understood, everyone? Okay, so now let us use the rank function here quickly. So you can use rank function. Now you have to provide the number. Okay, it takes three parameters, guys. So first one is the number. Which one? Let us take the sales, net sales here. Okay, comma. Now we need to provide the reference. Okay, we have to provide the reference within which we have to search this or compare this. Okay, so we have to provide the net sales itself. So Control Shift downward arrow and comma. Now we need to provide the order, ascending order or descending order. So which order do you want me to provide? Okay, ascending or descending? Descending. Okay, let us take it as descending. So here let us make it as 0. Okay, and close the parenthesis, press enter. Okay, so here it is in the ascending order, it is at the position of 553rd rank. Okay, now what you can do, uh, we can use fill handle to fill all the values, but before that we need to fix this, the reference column. Okay, this H4 and H1328. Okay, so these things need to be fixed, and then you can use fill handle. Okay, so this way we can have the rank function. Is it understood, everyone? Now we have the mode function. So mode, what is mode, guys? So whichever item or whichever value is repeating most number of times. It is not just repeating. Whichever is having the highest frequency, that value becomes the mode of that particular data set. So here we can just use, so here we have the mode. So we can just use the formula. So equal to mode. Okay. So this is the number series. You can provide this. Close the parenthesis and press enter. So are you able to see this? So 13,050 is the mode of this particular net sales. So what is a pivot table, guys? You might have heard about pivot table many a times. So what's a pivot table? Okay, so just imagine this thing. So just think that you are making a budget, monthly budget for yourself. So family monthly budget. So then you will be recording all your purchases and expenses, different expenses, say fruits, vegetables, and snacks, are going out for dinner and movies and many other things. Okay. So once that is done, so suppose you have accumulated the data for say 6 months. Okay. Now you want to know where you are spending. Okay. Which item is consuming more, which category of items is consuming less. So you want to analyze it. So in the 6 months, suppose each month you are making, say, 100 transactions, 100 different transactions. So in 6 months, you will be making 600 different transactions, right? So you want to get an insight of it, right? So in this situation of family budget, so if you are managing family budget, so then you want, so we have 600 records, but if you go through each and every record, it will be time consuming, and you will feel bored, and also you will be getting lost there, because it is, you will get fatigued. Okay. So in such situations, how can you get sense of the data? How can you make sense of the data, 600 records, with few clicks, or with little effort? Okay. So this is where pivot tables help us in summarizing the data. So there can be hundreds of records, thousands of records, or millions of records, but still you can use Excel pivot table to summarize the data very quickly. You can generate a quick insights using that pivot table. Okay, is this clear? So in this we'll learn various key features of pivot tables, and how to summarize them. We'll also see how to create, how to use Power Pivot to enable cross-table reporting without manual merging, and we'll see the Power Query ETL tools, okay, within the Excel. Okay, now guys. So as you have said, some of you have said, pivot table is very powerful tool in Excel for summarizing, analyzing data, exploring, and presenting large data sets. Okay. So first thing is summarizing. So summarizing, you have understood it very well now. So if we have say 1,000 records, so in order to make, suppose HR data, we have HR data for 1,000 records, like who has joined, I mean employee data. Just imagine it is employee data. So who has joined, when the person has joined, what is his date of birth, and in which department the person has joined, how many years of previous experience the person is having, what is the educational background of the particular employee. Okay, all those details you have with HR. Just imagine you have 1,000 records, and from which city or which country the employee has joined. So you have all these details. Okay. Now you want to know, like how many are from say commerce background, okay, and how many are from say arts background, how many are from say IT background, how many are from say engineering background. Okay, so like this you want to understand. So in such situations, what we can do is we can create this pivot tables, and we can, based on their educational qualifications, we can summarize based on these particular educational backgrounds. Is it understood, everyone? Okay. And also if you want to do demographic analysis, like gender wise, age wise, and geographic location wise. Okay. So for any such of these things, you can use pivot table. So it is very simple and a very handy tool in Excel, and also very powerful tool to get quick insights. Okay. So this is the summarization. Okay. And next one is analysis. So you can analyze the data using the pivot tables. Okay. So like you can change a lot of options, combination of fields, and you can find out, like here you have found out the say educational background wise. Okay. Now you can analyze the data by geographic wise, like which country we have more people, and which country we have less people, and how many male, how many female. Okay. And you can also use what is the youngest age, and what is the oldest age of the employee who has joined, and on which day employees are joining, and in which department employees are joining. Okay. So all those kind of things you can analyze using the pivot table. And also you can explore the new insights, like you can create some AI related insights there, or to get gain insights inside the data. Like we can also find trends and patterns within the data. Okay. And then you can also make presentations using the pivot tables. Like you can create visualizations. So pivot table visualizations, you can use it as a presentation tool itself for your audience. It could be your management or clients or suppliers, anybody. Okay. So these are the features of pivot tables. Is this clear, everyone? Now, so why we need to use pivot table? So as we have discussed, it is used to summarize vast amount of data, and then it enables drag and drop customization for reports. Okay, so it's not that you can just summarize once and leave it, but you can drag and drop different fields, and you can see you can do slicing and dicing of the data, okay, using drag and drop of different fields. And it allows real-time exploration of data and relationships and trends within the data. And most of the times it helps us eliminate need for complex formulas. Okay, so if you are well versed with pivot tables, you can analyze and you can present the data to your management to impress them, and also to find out insights. Okay, so this kind of insights, they help us in quicker decision making, the visual summaries. Okay. So these are the advantages of using pivot table. So as we discussed, the key features are data summarization, flexibility, analysis, dynamic analysis. Aggregation functions are available, and we can generate the reports, and also you can customize to suit to your business requirements. Okay. Yeah. So it summarizes capabilities of pivot table. It summarizes or tabulates a lot of data. Okay. It saves a lot of time and work. It enables data processing and visualization programs. So we can also create data visualizations here. So data processing, it is as part of the Power Query editor. You can process the data. You can clean the data. You can merge different tables. Okay, data sources from different. Data from different data sources can be merged. Okay. So let us explore how to create the data set. So here on the left side, you can just see a data set here, okay, which is having number of records. On the right side, you have a pivot table, which is giving some summaries. Okay, so let me just show you one data set. Okay, let me just use this data set. So this is a sample data set. So you can see here. So guys, here we have these columns. You can see row ID, order date, ship date, ship mode, customer uh, ID, customer name, and then we have segment, country, city, okay, state. Like this, we have different fields. You can see here, okay, and towards the end we have quantitative fields. So here we have the sales amount, quantity sold, discount, and profit. Okay, so is it possible here to get summary of the data here? I mean, to get to make sense of the data. Here we have 9,000 plus records, almost 10,000 records. So it's not possible, right? So what we can do is we can create a pivot table quickly. So what you can do is you can just put your cursor there in the first cell or randomly anywhere as well. So you can put it here, and then you can go to insert here, and are you able to see at the top left corner we have the pivot table. So in the insert ribbon, so now what we'll do is we'll just create a pivot table. So from the home ribbon, you go to the insert ribbon, and here on the top left side, you have the pivot table. So you can just click on the pivot table, or you can pull down the drop down menu and you can just select these things, either of these things, okay, from table or range. So what you can do is just click on the pivot table, okay. Now you could see here entire table is selected. Are you able to see here? Orders table, entire table, A1 to U 9995 is selected. Okay. Now here we have the option, you can see in this dialog box, choose where do you want to create the pivot table, or choose where you want the pivot table to be placed. Okay. So you can use new sheet, or you can select a place within the existing sheet. This is clear, all of you? So it is always recommended to go for a new sheet. So let us just create a new sheet. Okay, new worksheet. So pivot table is created in a new worksheet. Are you able to see here, all of you guys? So this is the pivot table. You can see on the left side. Okay, and these are the pivot fields, pivot table fields on the right side. Are you able to see here? So all the columns become pivot table fields here. Okay, you can see row ID, order ID, and order date, ship date, like ship mode, customer ID. Okay, in the same sequence, in whatever sequence we have fields here, in the same sequence we will be having the fields here also. Okay, so here you could see these are the areas where we will be working here. Okay, this is the layout. Are you able to see here? This is very, very important. Okay, so based on the combination of this layout, okay, based on how we place these different fields into different cells here. Okay, so that decides the data summarization here. Is that clear? Okay, so how we are configuring this pivot table? Okay, like where we are placing, what fields we are placing in filters, what fields we are placing in columns and rows and values. So based on that, we will be getting suitable output here in the pivot table. Okay, so always you have to uh, uh, work here, and the result will be shown here. Okay, so this is our working area, pivot table fields, and the results or summary or reports are shown here. Is that clear? Now what we'll do is, so what shall we get, guys? Guys, so what information or what summary shall we get from here? So these are the fields I have shown to you. First, we'll see categorical wise, like region wise sales and profit. Then we'll come to the other things. Okay. So, guys, for category, for region wise sales, what we need to do is first pick up the region here. Okay. Yeah, where do we? Yeah. So here region. So once you select this region, so region comes into the rows here. Are you able to see here? Region comes into the rows. So you can see four regions are there: central, east, south, and west region. Okay. Now what we need to do, we will pick up sales and profit. Okay. So let us pick up sales. Are you able to see sum of sales? So by default, Excel will do either sum, or sometimes it will also do count. Okay. Now we will add profit as well. Okay. Are you able to see here? So you can see we have added sum and I mean sales and profit. Okay. So sum of sales and sum of profit. We can see here. This is clear, guys. So we could get this summary information very quickly, isn't it? So region wise breakup is also available. Okay. Now, if you want to do any other aggregation, okay, any other aggregation, like it could be average, or it could be count, or any such things, standard deviation. So what you can do is you can manipulate here, okay. So you can change the aggregations here. Instead of sum, you can also change it to say average or minimum, maximum, any such thing, okay. So just to pull down this drop down menu here. So you can see value field settings, all of you. So just click on the value field settings. Now here you have different types of aggregate functions. Okay, statistical functions. You can see count. Okay, you can see count of sales and click OK. Now are you able to see how many sales each region is having? Okay, so you can get an idea, like West region is having maximum number of sales. Okay, and here South region is having lowest number of sales. Okay, this is also another insight. So guys, here, so in the values, are you able to see here values? in the layout. So here you can manipulate here. You can change. You can ask based on your business questions that you have. You can just pull down this drop down menu and value field settings. So this window would open up. So you can choose any of the aggregate functions like average or minimum, maximum, product. You can see, okay, standard deviation, variance, okay, product, any such thing. Let us now have average sales, okay, average of sales. So are you able to see average sales? So in central region we have 215 as average sales, eastern region 238, southern region 241, and western region 226. So in the southern region we have the highest average sales. Are you able to see here? That's very interesting insight. Earlier we have seen southern region has less number of sales, okay, less sales, but it has got highest average. That's very interesting, isn't it, guys? So similarly here, suppose you want to see maximum profit, okay. So go to the value field settings and you can select maximum profit. So are you able to see here in the central region, we have the maximum profit of 8,399, and whereas eastern region 5,000 and the southern region 3,000. But in the western region we have, okay, in western region we have 6,719, which is less. So here the central region is leading with maximum profit, okay, for individual sale. It's not for the overall region, okay. So these kind of insights you can generate. Is this clear, everyone? So now let us go to the next concept, okay, that is grouping of the data, okay. So grouping of pivot tables. So here, so we can group the data into similar kind data into categories, subcategories. Okay. Suppose you have say subcategories here. Okay, in this data set we have subcategories. We have categories and subcategories. So we want to group them into some categories. So we can do that. Okay. And you can also create some groups based on some numbers, okay, and the dates also, you can like months, quarters, years, like this, okay. So now what we'll do is, let us just create another pivot table. Insert here pivot table, okay. So this is pivot table 4. Now what we'll do is here, let us first select a subcategory, okay, and then we'll select sales, okay. So guys, here we have subcategory wise sales. Now say you want to group them based on some criteria. You want to group them. Say A to C. You want to put them under one group. So what you can do is select these things. Right click. Okay. Now here, are you able to see the option group? All of you. So you can select this group. Okay. So this is one group. Okay. Now remaining things. Suppose you want to create another group. Say E to M. Okay. Right click and you can create another group. Okay, this is group 2, and rest of the things you want to create another group. Sorry, just yeah. So rest of the things, say from paper to tables, just select these things, right click, and you can create another group. Okay. Now are you able to see here? We have 3 groups: group 1, group 2, group 3, based on some similarity. Okay, it could be some feature like geography or name or product type or any such thing. Okay. So now you can compare this group wise sales also, and if you want you can just drill down. Okay, this is clear. This is grouping. Okay, so the purpose of grouping is it can transform complex data set into concise categories. Okay, and it facilitates creation of clear and engaging pivot tables, and it seamlessly aggregates numeric date and time and data related to different analysis. Okay. So this is about the grouping, guys. Now let us discuss about the pivot, power pivot. Okay. So Power Pivot, it is used for data modeling purposes. Okay. So here it is a data modeling technology that lets the users create data models and establish relationships and create calculations. Okay. So Power Pivot is advanced version of pivot tables that connects multiple tables and builds a relationship with without complex formulas. Okay, so you can pull the data from different data sets or from different data sources, and you can create data models or relationships among the data sets. Imagine a situation. So here you can just take this situation. Okay, business scenario. So here we have three sheets. In this data set, we have three sheets please. Okay. So one is orders, second one is returns, third one is people. Okay. Now orders, now we have explored orders, right? We have row ID, order ID, and a sales, profit, region, category, subcategory, segment, order date, so many things. Okay. Now we have another table called a returns table. Okay. So in the returns table, we have only two columns. One is whether the item is returned or not, yes or no, and whether what is the order ID? Okay. Now, what if our business requirement is to find out the total worth of the returned items or rejected items? Are you getting? The business requirement is to find out the uh, total amount that is lost due to returning. Okay, or total amount of returned items. Is that clear? So that is a kind of a business loss, right? You are selling a product, but the item is being returned to you by the customers due to various issues. It could be like product is damaged or whatever the customer has ordered is not sent. Okay, and the product is not in good shape condition. Okay, so there could be different issues. So in such situations, the product might be returned back to you. Okay, back to the supplier or seller. Okay. So now we want to calculate what is the total sale, or amount of sales that is returned. Okay, that is the target. Okay, that is the requirement. So now we have here two tables. Okay, orders and returns. So what you can do, just click on this table row ID. Okay, now go to the insert here. Okay, so here you can transform this into table. Okay, you can use Control T as well. Okay, so this is Excel table, guys. Okay, so this is Excel table. Now returns also you can convert it into Excel table. Okay, just a moment. So we need to make sure that it is having headers. Okay, yeah. So you can see here my table as headers has to be selected because we have headers. So in the return table also we need to select my table as headers. Okay, so these headers are appropriately identified. Okay, now we can go to the data here. So here, yeah, just table design. Yeah, queries and connections. So here, in the queries and connections, so here you can just see here. See, in the Excel file, we have the three sheets. Okay. So if you observe, we have three sheets in the Excel file. One is orders table, second one is returns, third one is PP. Okay. So all the three tables are different. So we have just selected this data set and we have turned it into table, and similarly returns also. So you'll have to select my table as headers if the table has some. Okay. So is this clear? Just yeah. Okay. Once you do that in the data, are you able to see here? Manage data model. Okay. So you can just click on this. So here we have the relationships also. You can just click. Okay. So we need to enable the data analysis add-in. So I'm just enabling it. So this is the Power Pivot, guys. You can see here. So here you can get the data from external sources. Like you can go to the design here. Okay. So in the home, you can get the data from external sources. Okay. Like earlier Excel files or SQL server, any other thing. Okay. So you can use existing connections. So like this Excel or any such things you can import. Okay. So here, since we already have this data here, so we can use this. Okay. Just a moment. So on clicking this green icon, okay, manage the data model. So this is for managing the data model. But before that, we can just create the relationships here. We can just click on relationships. So here you can just create a new relationship. So table, you can select table 5. Okay. So what is this table name? That I just find out. No, not required. Comment there. Okay. So here, using this, you can create multiple tables. I mean, relationships we can create. Okay. Let us try to create this. This time. Okay. So it is opening for query editor. We don't require this. Just go source. This Power Query editor is purely for transforming the data. Okay. It's not for creating the relationship. So you can create the relationships in the append and merge and append queries. Okay. So let me just close this. Okay, so here let us just create the new relationship. So here when we are trying to create the new relationship, so yeah, it opens here. You can select the tables. Okay, table 5, and what is the column on which you want to create the relationship. Okay, so here you can use. So what ID, what column we can use? Table 5 is orders table. Okay, and table 7 is returns table. So what column do we need to select for matching? See here, let me just repeat, guys. See, first what we have done, all of you please focus here. So first what we have done, guys, in the Excel file, see these data sets are there, right? So first we have converted these data sets or Excel files into Excel tables. So how we converted? Go to insert here and we have used table, okay? So this table is converted into Excel table. Okay. My table has header also is selected. In the returns also, we have to do the same thing. Okay. So is this clear up to here, all of you? So first we have converted the normal tables into Excel tables. Okay. Yeah, all of you, please focus. I'm repeating it. So what is the first step that we have done? We have converted normal tables into Excel tables. Is that clear? All of you? Okay. Right. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create relationships between these two tables, order table and returns table. Okay. So in order to create the relationships between them, so that is called data model. That comes under Power Pivot. Okay. So here, go to data here, and here you can just see the icon here, data model icon. Are you all able to see data model icon here? Under data tools, within the data ribbon. Okay, this one. Okay. Now, just to pull down this drop down menu, let us try to create the relationships between these two tables. Okay. So just to select this, create relationships. Now we are going to create a new relationship between these two tables, orders and returns. So is this clear up to here, all of you? So if you want to rename this, you can go to table here. Okay, in the table design. Are you able to see table design here in the right side here, all of you? Okay. So earlier it was showing table 8, 9, something like that. So if you want to rename it to appropriate names, that you can just click on table design. Just yeah. So you can click on table design here, and here you can rename the table. Okay, on the left side you can see here. Are you able to see here table name, all of you? Okay, so table 8 is there. Instead of that, you can just rename it to whatever table you want to, whatever name you want to have. Okay, let us make this orders table. Okay, similarly in the returns also you can see return table 9. So here also you can change it to the returns table. Okay. Is this clear, everyone? How to change the table names? So we have renamed the tables now. So this Power Pivot by default in some of your Excels, it might not be enabled. So go to the options here. From File, go to Options and select Add-ins. And here select COM Add-ins and click Go. So are you able to see here, all of you? This Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. Okay. So this you need to check. So if it is not enabled in your Excel, please do this way and you can enable. Is this clear, everyone? So for me, it is already enabled. So you can see Power Pivot here. Okay. In the Power Pivot, you can see the manage data model, measures, KPIs. There are a lot of things. Okay. Now what we can do is we can just in the orders table, we are in the orders table. So you can just click on add to data model. Okay. So this Power Pivot Excel will be open here. Okay. Now, what we can do is this is a separate window. Okay. And now you can go to the returns table. So in the return table also, you can just click on add to data model. Are you able to understand until enabling the Power Pivot, until adding the Power Pivot add-in using options and advanced options? Okay. So then, so you will be in the home ribbon by default. Then click on the Power Pivot. Okay. In the Power Pivot, you can click on orders, okay, and click on add to data model, okay. So when you add to data model, this window will be opening. This is clear, okay. Now again click on returns table and go to Power Pivot and click on add to data model, okay. So these two tables are now added to the data model. Are you able to see here the table names? Returns underscore table, orders underscore table, okay. Now what we can do is you can just click. Is this clear up to here, everyone? Now, so you can click on diagram view here. So are you able to see two tables are shown here? So this is orders table and this is returns table, okay. Now you can create what we can create. We can create relationship between these two tables, okay. So just you can just drag and drop this order ID from the orders table onto this order ID on the returns table, okay, because they are related, right? So you can just use like this, okay, drag and drop it like this. So this way a relationship is created between these two tables. You can see here one to many relationship, okay. So this side one order ID is there, that is why it is 1. And for one occurrence of the order ID in the returns table, there are multiple occurrences of the order IDs in the orders table. That is the meaning of one to many relationship, okay. Now, since the order IDs are common in both the tables, we can create the relationship between these two tables using a common column, okay. So common column, that is the concept of a relational database management system, right? SQL and other stuff, okay. So here order ID is common in both these tables. So let us drag and drop this order ID from the orders table to the order ID of returns table. So this relationship is created. This is one to many relationship. This is clear? Okay. So once the relationship is created, what you can do is now you can just click on the pivot table. Okay. So are you able to see pivot table here? All of you. It is available within the Power Pivot also. Okay. You can just click on the pivot table there. Okay. So it is asking where do you want to create the new pivot table. Okay. So let us create in a new sheet. Let us click on OK here. So this is the pivot table that is created. Okay. So here you can observe clearly we have two tables, orders table and returns table. Now they are not independent. They are not separate. They are having the relationship between them using the order ID. Okay. So now we can do lot of analysis here. Okay. Now what we can do is we can select in the returns table. You can just expand the table. You can just drag and drop whether item is returned or not. Okay. Now what was our business question, guys? What was our business question? You want to find out the worth of or value of total items returned, right? So we have selected returned items. Okay. Now let us go to the orders table. So in the returns table, we do not have the sales amount. So let us go to the orders table. So in the orders table, we have the sales amount. Okay, you can select sales amount. Now, are you able to see here, all of you? So what is the value of items returned? It is 1,80,504. Okay. And what is the value of the items which are not returned? Blank means the items are not returned. So it is 21,16,696. Okay. So this way you can create pivot tables on the data models. Is it understood, everyone? This is very, very important and very handy. So whenever you have a lot of data sets to be combined, so you can create relationships using Power Pivot and then you can do power pivot tables. Okay, so first you create the power pivot. Okay, power pivot and relationships. Okay, so then you create the pivot tables on top of these relationships. So now let us discuss about the power query. Okay, so what is the purpose of power query, guys? Any idea on the purpose of power query? So Power Query Editor is also an integral part of Excel, and also it is part of Power BI. So it is used to connect to different data sources and import the data, okay, using connect option. And then you can transform the data, okay. You can make the changes, you can clean the data, you can create, you can prepare the data by adding additional fields, okay. And then you can combine the data from different data sources. Okay, in these are there are two ways of combining data from different data sources in the Power Query Editor. So one is called merge. Okay, another is called append. Okay, these are two different methods of combining data in Excel Power Query. Okay, finally we can load the data set so that further analysis or visualizations can be done. So this entire process is called ETL. Okay, so E stands for extract. So extraction means nothing but you connect to two different data sources like Excel, SAP, or SQL Server, or CSV file. Okay, so you connect to that particular data source and import the data inside Excel file. That is extraction. Is this clear? That is data extraction. Now T stands for transformation. Transformation is nothing but modification, change. Okay, is this clear, everyone? So here, whatever is relevant to us for further analysis, that data is retained, other data can be deleted. And sometimes all the data quality issues like duplicate records or missing values or splitting of the columns, okay, or any errors in the data set, all those things will be addressed here. Okay. Then if you want to combine the data, we can combine. So, but here ETL stands for extract, transform. So in the transform, combine also comes inside the transform. Then you load the data into Excel. This is loading. Okay, I mean this one is loading. Is it clear? What we do in the Power Query Editor? All of you, we do ETL activity. So as we discussed in the ETL, extract, transform, load, E stands for extraction. So to get data from multiple sources. T stands for transformation, that is cleaning, shaping, and formatting the data. And L stands for loading, so bringing the data back to Excel after the data has been transformed. So Power Query, it allows different functions to clean the data set. Okay. So in the data cleaning, you can address issues like removing duplicate blanks or errors, as we have discussed. And the second step could be merging of two tables or two data sets based on some common fields. Okay, like earlier we have seen, like orders return and original orders table. So when we combined them, so we could identify the items which were rejected, which were sent or returned. Okay. Now the third step here is, Power Query functions is to, it allows us to append the data. So appending data is nothing but, so suppose here you have a data set. So appending data means again new data will be added here. Okay. So like this is appending of the data set. Now, so let us just go to the Power Query Editor in Excel. Okay. So let us see how to transform the data set. Yeah. So here in the data, we have this data transformation. Okay. So these are for getting the data. Okay. Yeah, in the queries and connection, just click on the queries and connections. So it will open the Power Query editor. Okay. So in the data, just a moment. Yeah. So here in the get data, you can just see here. We have the option to launch the Power Query editor. You can just launch the Power Query editor. Okay. So this is the Power Query editor. You can see here. Okay. Now you can add these data sources. Okay. From the file Excel or CSV or any such thing. I'm just importing dataset. You can also see here. From Power Query editor, we can import the datasets. Okay. So here we have the orders dataset. We can just select this orders dataset and click OK. And we can select any other dataset. So in this dataset, now we can do transformations. Okay. So here, if you want to change anything, suppose you want to delete some columns. Okay. Say we do not want order ID. Okay. You can select column and you can click on remove columns. Suppose you do not want a couple of rows here. Okay. Randomly. So here you can just select remove rows here. Okay. So you can just pull down this. You can remove top 10 rows or bottom 10 rows or alternate rows or duplicate rows. So generally it becomes a necessity to check for duplicates. Okay. So what we can do is, so you can select all. Okay. So you can just click on the first column and you can use Control A. Now you can use remove duplicates. Okay. So if there are any duplicates available in this dataset, those things will be removed. Okay. And you can also use remove blank rows. Okay. So if there are any blank rows, those things also will be deleted. So like this, you have different options like split by. So you can select a particular column, a product name. You can use it for splitting, or you can also take order ID here. Okay. So you can select order ID and you can use it for splitting. Okay. So by delimiter means whatever is the delimiter available, like hyphen here, and if it is some spaces or comma, any such thing. So those things, by that data will be split. Okay. So let us use by delimiter. Okay. So it is asking what is the delimiter. So it is hyphen. Okay. So what we can do is we can just check this one splitting it. What part you want to split it? Is it at the leftmost? That is only the first two letters you want to extract, or rightmost? That is the last six digits that you want to extract, or each occurrence of the delimiter. Okay. So let us just select each occurrence of the delimiter and click OK. So are you able to see the earlier column is now split into three new columns? Okay. So order ID 1, order ID 2, and order ID 3. Like this, we have three new columns. Okay. So single column has been split into three new columns. Now you have the country code here. So if you want to analyze something on the country code, like how many records are from the US, how many are from Canada, you can do that. So once we do these kind of transformations, so what we need to do, guys. So here on the top left side, we have the option to close and load these transformations into Excel. Okay. So you can just pull down this drop down menu and you can select close and load. Okay. So this will close the Power Query editor and the data will be loaded into a new sheet. So this is uh, Power Query editor. Is it understood, everyone? So you can see here the first three columns are newly created columns. So append and merge. Yeah. So some of you who have that experience, some experience in SQL, you might have heard about joins, right? So guys, there are three different methods of combining data. So one method we have already discussed. What was that? See, data model is one method. Is that clear, everyone? We have created data model, right? So data model is one method of combining the data from two different data sources or data sets. And the next one is merging. Okay. Merge one is similar to joins. Okay. Those who know SQL, you might be able to understand. So appending is third method. Okay. So appending is nothing but it is stacking data one above the other. Okay. So in SQL parlance, it is called union. Okay. So now what happens is this merging. So suppose you have a table. Okay. Table A. Okay. Suppose it has details like uh, say we have classroom. Let us take the example of classroom. Okay. So we have roll number and we have name of the student. Okay. And other details. Okay. And in the other table, table B. So we have again roll number and marks. Is this clear? All of you. So now we want to know which student has got what marks. Okay. So is it possible to address this requirement using only table A? Is it possible? It's not possible, right? Okay. Because we do not have the marks here. Okay. So what do we need to do? We have to combine data from these two tables. Okay. So when we combine the data from these two tables, so we can create a join on roll number and we can have name and also marks. Is it understood? So here, since we have the common column called roll number, we can create a join between them. Okay. So here, let us just try to create the join between two different tables. Okay. So here we can take this classic case again. So we have orders and return table. So what we will do is we will create the relationship between them. Okay. Sorry, we will create merging between them. Okay. Join. So here we can just click on this. So it is opening for query editor. So here we have the orders table here. Okay. Now we can create a new table. Okay. So from file Excel, you can just import any data set. So now we can select a returns table. Okay. Now what we can do is we can merge the queries. So for merging queries, are you able to see here, guys? In the home ribbon in the Power Query Editor. So we have the option for merge queries. Okay, you can see here. Is that clear? So these are the two ways of combining data here listed, appending and merging. Okay. So what you can do, you can just pull down the drop down menu from here. Okay. You can pull it down. And here you will be having two options, merge queries and merge queries as new. So please select merge queries as new because it does not change the original data. Okay. So before that, guys, here, do we have the proper column names in the returns table? No, right? So what we can do, and what is the first row saying? We have return and order ID. So based on our expertise, what we can do, we can move this to column headers. Okay. So that is the first transformation that we need to do here. Okay. In that transform, just go. You should be having one option for moving the first row as the column header. Okay. Use first row as headers, all of you. Okay. Since our returned and order ID are column headers, and this column 2, column 1, they are irrelevant. So what we can do is we can just pull down this drop down menu and use the first row as headers. So are you able to see here the row names have changed. I mean, sorry, column names have changed. Okay. So this particular change has been recorded here. You can see here in the applied steps. So promoted headers, and subsequently the name data type has also been updated. Okay. This is about the uh, small transformation that we need to do here. And then now we can go with merging queries. Pull down this drop down menu and select merge queries as new. Okay. So here we are going to combine the data like joins. Okay. So first returns table, or you can also select orders table. So orders table, order ID is not there here. So what we can do is we can combine the order IDs again there. Okay, we can concatenate. So these three columns we can select, and we can go to transform. So here we have the option called merge columns. Okay. So what separator you want? So let us have the separator hyphen. So custom separator, we want to have it as hyphen. Okay. So let us create. Okay. So are you able to see here? Order ID is showing under merge. You can just double click here and you can rename the column name. Okay. Now we can go for merging the data. Okay. Pull down this drop down menu, select queries as new. Okay. Now order IC in the orders table, select order ID, and now you can select returns table. In this, you can select return table. Okay. Now we are going to create join between these two tables using these two columns. Okay. So the type of joins are available here: left outer join, right outer join, inner join. Let us just take inner join. So inner join means whenever this order ID matches, order ID from returns table matches to the order ID of this particular orders table, only those records will be available. Okay. So let us click OK. So you can observe here, out of 9,993 rows in the first table, okay, the selection matches 800 of 9,993 rows. Okay. So here 296 of the rows are matching here. That is the end output. Okay, end result. You can just click OK. Now, are you able to see a new table which is called merged table? Okay. So data from both the tables would be available. Okay. So you can just see quantity, discount, profit. Okay. So here returns table is attached here. So you can expand this table. Okay. You can select these columns and click OK. Okay. So now it is showing you this data from the returns table. Are you able to see here? Return yes or no and return ID. I mean order ID. Okay. So this is called merging. So we have combined data from two different data sets using joins. Hope it is clear, everyone. Now let us understand about the append queries. So in the append queries, guys, so in the appending, let me give you an example so that you will understand. Suppose you are maintaining the sales data in an Excel sheet, okay? In Excel sheet. Now, say for 2023, you have one sheet, and 2024 you have another sheet, and 25 you have another sheet. Okay. Now you want to see how your sales are growing over a period of time or in the last 3 years. Okay. So what do we need to do, guys? You need to combine the data from these three different sets, isn't it? Are you all getting? Okay. So it's not grouping, Javed. It's not grouping. Grouping is for a different purpose. Okay. I will explain that also. So here, when we append the data, what happens is it data gets appended as book star. Okay. So in the books, how do we keep the books? See, we keep one book and above that another book and above that another book like this, right? So it is stacking. Okay. So similarly here, when we have data from two different data sets, which is whose data structure is same. So data structure same means number of columns should be same. Okay. And names of the columns should be same. Okay. And the sequence of columns should be same. Okay. And data types should be same. Okay. So these are the things when we have this kind of a scenario, like if you want to analyze the data from multiple years and you want to compare it, then you can use appending. Okay. So appending, how we can do appending? So just go to the home here and you can pull the data from new data source. Okay. Let us say from Excel file. So this data set has got sales data for 3 different years, 2011, 12, and 13. So I'm just selecting one. Okay. So 2011, and you can click OK. Okay. And now we will pull another data set, say 2012. Okay. Now, so we have got both the data sets. You can look at these data sets. Okay. So how many columns it is having? 8 columns. Okay. Like country, state, region, and category, subcategory, product, and sales and profit. Okay. Similarly, 2012 also we are having similar same columns, exactly same columns in the same sequence. Okay. And the data types also same. So this makes it a good fit for the appending. Okay. So in the appending, how do we do appending? So select the one data set first and go to append queries and select append queries as new. Okay. So select this append queries as new. Now you need to select 2 tables or 3 tables, more than 3 tables. Okay. So here we are having only 2 tables. So first table is 2011 and the second table would be 2012. Okay. And now you can click OK. Now it will create an appended table. Okay. From 2011 and 12 both together. Now, coming to grouping, see, Javed, you are mixing up the things like, grouping, you are trying to, use it as combining data. So grouping is not used to combine the data. It is used to, group the data. Okay. Suppose here we want to see data region wise. Okay. So we can select orders and here we can select, say, group by. Okay. Sorry, let me just duplicate this table. So on this table, let me apply group by. Okay. Group by is used to summarize the data, guys. Okay. So you can use on which column you want to group by, say region and say category. Now, what is the column that we want? Say total revenue. Okay. So aggregate function you can use sum of sales. You can also add another aggregation, say average profit. So you can select average and here profit. So this way we can create quick summaries here. Okay. So can you just click OK. So are you able to see here, Javed? So we are now created a group by, okay, using the data from orders. So we have summarized it. So group by is an excellent technique to improve the performance of the Excel. Okay. So you can see South and furniture combination. This is the total revenue and this is the average profit. So likewise for all the 12 different combinations. So this is about appending. Now let us discuss about the slicers. Okay, guys. So slicers are interactive filters. Okay. So so since we have done these transformations on these data sets, so what we can do is we can just close and load. Okay. So new data sets will be created. So guys, here we have created this pivot table, right? Okay. So nothing to worry. Let us just create another data set, another pivot table on orders. Okay. In the insert, let us just create another pivot table. Okay. Okay. Sorry, only one column has been selected. So let us select, yeah, that table. Okay. So here, uh, say we want to see the data state wise. Okay. Not, yeah, state wise and then sales. Okay. Sales and profit. So just imagine we wanted to see the data state wise, sales and profit. Okay. This is a summary we want to do. Now, if we want to analyze, say category wise, okay, category wise and state wise. So here we have the items called slicers. Are you able to see here slicer? All of you? Okay. So you can just insert the slicers. So slicers are nothing but they are interactive filters. Okay. So slicers here into this list, you will have all the columns. All the columns will flow into the slicer list. You can create slicer on any of the columns. Okay. So let us select region or let us select category here. Okay. Let us click here. Okay. So this is the slicer. Now it acts like like an interactive filter. You can just select here furniture. So are you able to see here? Only furniture related sales are shown here. Next, you can select office supplies. You can see office supplies related sales. Next, you can select technology, technology related sales and profit. Okay. So if you want to select multiple things, so you can select multiple things. Okay, like this. Is this clear? So these are the slicers. And you can have multiple slicers. It's not that you will have only one single slicer. You can create multiple slicers. Okay. So you can create another slicer, say on a segment. Okay. So this way you can have multiple slicers acting on this pivot data. Okay. Pivot table data. You can also have a date related slicer here. Okay. You can insert timeline here. Okay. So you can use order date or ship date. Let us use order date and click OK. So are you able to see timeline here? So months, you can select either months or years, quarters, anything. Years you can select. So you can select a 2017. This is a 2017 sales. And for a combination of all these things, okay? All these slicers, you can select 2016, 15, 14. And if you want, you can select a months also, okay? Like January, February, March, okay? So this is all about the slicers.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.